Chapter 1, Transmigration. Young Master, you should get out of bed for breakfast. An aged but very solemn voice echoed by Zhao Hai's ear, but Zhao Hai didn't care, only feeling a frightening headache. He believed he hadn't turned off the computer, and was hearing the lines from some drama. But that voice continued, "Young Master, you should get out of bed. As a noble, rising early is a good habit." Zhao Hai stared blankly, because this voice didn't seem to come from the computer. This voice seemed to be by his ear, and also extremely real. It absolutely wasn't a voice produced by that broken loudspeaker of his. Despite his badly aching head, Zhao Hai still forced open his eyes. What entered his eyes wasn't the white ceiling of his home, but rather a muslin canopy. Zhao Hai stared blankly. Turning his head, he discovered he lay on a large wooden bed, and next to the bed stood a man in his 50s, grizzled hair combed without a strand out of place, and a solemn face, just now calmly looking at him. Zhao Hai looked stupidly at this solemn old man, then turned his eyes to look all around. This was a stone house, extremely simple. Besides the large bed he lay on, a desk and a chair were the only furniture. The floor and walls seemed to have just been swept. The windows held wooden frames, on which were pasted a layer of white paper. A sparkling stone above his head provided lighting. There was nothing else in the whole room. At this time that old man said, "Young Master, you're already fine, please get up." A noble should lead a disciplined life. "Now it's breakfast time. Young Master, please quickly get up." Zhao Hai's eyes turned to look at that man, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind: transmigration. Next he felt a burst of sharp pain in his head, and passed out. Green Buddha looked at the unconscious Zhao Hai, faintly distracted. He hurriedly stepped outside. Outside the house stood 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. The 2 men weren't old, by appearances only teenagers, but they were still more than 2 meters tall, with muscles like cast iron, swarthy skin, and short hair. The 2 looked exactly identical. They were unexpectedly twins, but looked a bit foolish. Of the 2 women, one was older, past 40, a very plump figure, a head of blue hair, kind brows and pleasant eyes. Right now her expression was anxious. The younger girl was only 16 or 17, but with long cyan hair, a goose egg-shaped small face, petite figure and fair skin. She had the makings of a rare beauty. Right now her head was lowered, her expression stupefied. Seeing Green step out, the older woman at once said, "Green, how is it? Did the young master wake up?" Green nodded, then shook his head. He woke up, but he passed out again as soon as he did. "Mren, your magic wouldn't be effectless, or a problem with those medicines." "Someone did something with the medicine." Mren's expression turned cold. "If that's really the case, then I'll go piece it together with those guys." Even if the young master is a bit of a scoundrel, he's still the last blood of the Buddha family. Those imperial bastards, don't tell me they've forgotten how much the old master did for the empire back in those days. "Those ungrateful bastards," Green said solemnly. "You better go in and have a look. If it's no good, then treat the young master with water magic. No matter what, we have to preserve the last blood of the Buddha family." Mren nodded, then looked sharply at Green. "If the young master is well, you're not allowed to pull any noble demands on him. We're already in this damnable place. Noble etiquette and such can all go to hell." "Looking at those noble faces makes me nauseous." Green looked helplessly at Mren, but still solemnly said, "Out of the question. No matter what is said, the young master is now a viscount. He has to look like a noble. I will teach the young master how to become a true noble. I definitely won't turn my back on the Buddha family's great favor to us." Mren glared fiercely at Green. "If you dare do that to the young master, I won't cook for you. You can just starve to death. We're in a place like this now and don't even know how long we can hold out." Adding those people in the capital, do you really think there would be a chance for the young master to return there? Keep dreaming. Green smiled bitterly and didn't keep talking. He knew Mren was telling the truth. The reason they would be allocated this deserted barren land was because of the imperial king and those grand nobles. If the Buddha clan's previous military success hadn't been so glorious before, perhaps they would already have directly exterminated the Buddha clan. Even if the Buddha clan still existed now, it was impossible to re-enter the noble circles of the imperial capital again, so much so that people would even deliberately forget such a clan had ever existed. But what made Green most discouraged was that, out of fear that the Buddha clan would dig itself out again, the imperial king had actually had their young master, the last blood of the Buddha clan, the last hope for the clan to climb back up, Adam Buddha, drink the water of nothingness. This water of nothingness was a supreme magic treasure. The value of each drop couldn't be weighed in gold, but it had only one use: to turn your power to nothing. Just one drop of magic power could make magicians with divine magic power, or warriors with divine battle power, or a divine level knight, instantly turn into an ordinary person, from then on completely unable to use any magic or battle chi, and without any cure. Even though this potion could make people unable to use battle chi or magic, it still wouldn't affect the body, only turning you into an ordinary person. If this person was an ordinary person, then such a potion would be no different from ordinary water, but if it was a noble, or a power, it would instantly turn you into a magic and martial cripple, a useless person, sending you falling from the high clouds into a bottomless pit. And Adam Buddha had been ordered by the king to drink such a potion. It would be impossible for him to study any magic or battle chi in his whole life. He could only be an ordinary person. If this had happened to any other noble family, there wouldn't be anything about it. At worst they'd be a normal person, living, eating, waiting for death, without thinking to walk any paths of authority. But having it happen to Adam meant his life. He was the last heir of the Buddha family. He needed strength to revive the clan's glory, to once again bring the Buddha clan onto the stage of the Xu Empire's history. But now he had swallowed the water of nothingness. He could no longer learn any magic or battle chi. It was impossible for him to revive the clan. The last hope of the Buddha clan was extinguished. If it was just a lack of strength, Green still wouldn't worry. He was still an 8th level warrior, and his wife Marin was also an 8th level water mage. Their granddaughter Meg was also a 6th level wind mage. With them here, the Buddha family would still have enough strength. If they were still in their former fief, restoring the Buddha family's prosperity wasn't difficulty. After all, originally the Buddha family's fief was in the south of the empire, with one main city and 4 mid-sized towns, a large population, fertile soil. As long as they kept their heads down and worked for a few years, the Buddha family would flourish. But they had never expected that the king would actually change their fief, from the imperial south to the Black Waste in the north. The Black Waste was the continent's Steadland. Even though it was vast, covering more than a third of the area of the Xu Empire, this place was basically barren. Nothing grew here, even desert plants would shrivel up and die. Legend had it that the Black Waste was also once a fertile land, until there was a war where a few divine-level magicians came together to use a large-scale forbidden spell, turning this land into a dead land, where nothing grew. If it was just a dead land, Green still wouldn't be worried. As long as they had some lines of communication, they could do some business and at least provide for themselves. But the Black Waste was surrounded by abandoned dwarven iron mountains, and crossing the mountains, and on the other side lay one of the continent's great forbidden zones, the Carrion Marsh. This Carrion Marsh was also part of the Buddha family's fief. Doing the calculations, the Buddha family's fief was actually the largest in the Xu Empire. But the only way out was the neighboring Fasser clan's territory. Even though the Fasser family was engaged to the Buddha family, with the Buddha family in its present state, how could they talk of marriage with the empire's most influential Fasser clan? This place wasn't a dead land in name only. Fortunately, this was previously also within the range of imperial control. Therefore there was still a small castle in those abandoned dwarven iron mountains. This mountain also hadn't been affected by the forbidden spell, and still had some tillable land, so they would at least not starve to death. After Green had learned their fief had been exchanged for this place, he had at once traded the Buddha clan's assets for slaves and materials for survival, as well as seeds and some tools. Immediately after he had taken the unconscious from drinking the water of nothingness Adam to travel here. It might be abandoned, but they could still live in the small castle. Following Green was also his wife Mrin, his granddaughter Meg, as well as the twin orphans Adam's father had taken in long ago, Blockhead and Rockhead, plus 100 slaves, and nobody else. But Adam had been unconscious the whole way from the Empire to the Black Waste. Fortunately Mrin was a magician and could occasionally use magic to treat him, thereby letting Adam arrive safely. Moreover, yesterday she had looked over Adam's condition, and thought he would wake up today. That's why Green would tell him to get out of bed. But they never expected that the Adam lying in bed right now was no longer Adam, but a nerd from Earth wearing Adam's skin. Zhao Hai, Chapter 2. Out of luck identity. The instant Zhao Hai fainted, a memory that wasn't his suddenly intruded in his mind, as if a program that didn't belong to your computer was suddenly installed, the suddenness almost making Zhao Hai's brain crash. Even if he didn't crash, it at least made his brain freeze up, as he bit by bit digested the information in his mind. He didn't know how long it was before Zhao Hai woke up. He felt as if there was a batch of memories that absolutely didn't belong to him in his brain. In this collection of memories, his name was Adam Buddha, born to the family of a general in the Ixu Empire on the Ark continent. With the position of Marquis in Ixu Empire for 3 generations, the family had finally waned in Adam's lifetime. Adam was a hedonistic young master, and along with his mother dying early and his father away leading troops for years on end, he grew an extreme disregard for legal and natural morality, oppressing the people and not shirking from any crime. But his father always covered for him, wielding a massive military force. Nobody could touch him. But his father had made a mistake. In the Ixu Empire's struggle for succession, he had stood on the wrong side. Ixu Empire's old king was the 47th monarch. He had altogether 15 royal sons, 5 of whom could become king: the Grand Prince, the 3rd Prince, the 4th Prince, the 7th Prince, and the 13th Prince. Stipulated in the laws of Ixu Empire, only the children of kings, queen and consorts were entitled to become king. Of course, not every child of the queen and consorts could become king. Only those children bestowed with title of Grand Duke or higher. People born to the imperial family would hold the title of Count, and if they didn't establish some achievements in the imperial capital, they would only stay counts for the rest of their lives, and unlanded counts at that. Only by establishing achievements would they advance, at most up to Prince of the Blood. Of course, children of the queen and consorts couldn't only be counts. They would ordinarily be titled dukes, and as long as they then made some minor contributions or perhaps found a pretext, they could rise to Grand Duke, and finally to Prince of the Blood, making them eligible to become king. And the 5 children of the 47th Ixu king able to inherit the title were all princes of the blood. Among them, the Grand Prince and 4th Prince were born by the Queen, while the 3rd Prince and 7th Prince were children of Imperial Consort Karen, and the 13th Prince was born by Imperial Consort Avril, and was also the weakest one, never thought highly of. People always thought that the Grand Prince was the Queen's child, making him the orthodox choice, and the 3rd Prince had always been with the Grand Prince through thick and thin. So a lot of people supported the Grand Prince's succession. And the 4th Prince and 7th Prince were partners. The 7th Prince had the 4th Prince's support, and also the support of the Karen family, whose voices were very loud in the court. Only the 13th Prince was the youngest, the weakest, always the least conspicuous. That's why nobody was optimistic about him. And Adam's father was in the Grand Prince's camp. This was also quite normal. The Grand Prince's voice was the loudest at the time, and the Buddha family wasn't any influential noble clan. They had only step-by-step advanced to the position of Marquis through military accomplishments in the generation of Grandfather Buddha. They wanted to rise into the ranks of the old nobility a bit quicker, therefore he chose to support the candidate most likely to become king, the Grand Prince. As long as the Grand Prince became king, the Buddha family might rise into the core of the Ixu Empire's power, becoming truly recognized nobles in the empire. On the continent, any king's nobles were split into 2 kinds, one the old nobility, the other the new nobility. The gap between new and old nobility was very clear. New nobles would usually be thought of as upstarts, never regarded well by the old nobility, and also never able to enter the power center of the empire. The continent had passed many years of development, and the influence of the nobles in a kingdom was immense. There were some times when they could even influence the rise and fall of a state, especially those old-school nobles that had developed for 1,000 years. Over dozens of generations held power that even the imperial authority had to fear. Those old-school nobles could be called the center of power for the entire empire, and any new nobility had to gain their approval. In order to obtain the approval of those old nobles, they naturally had to have the appropriate strength, and the Buddha family rose too quickly. This was the means several generations of ex-clan kings had figured out to govern those old nobles, but after the death of the 46th king, the Buddha clan's days weren't easy. The new king wanted to promote them, but those old nobles wanted to suppress them, therefore they could only staunchly support the new king, so that the clan could continue developing. But Adam's father stood on the wrong side. The loudest grand prince he supported finally didn't become king, on the contrary it was the least conspicuous, the seemingly weakest, 13th prince who took the throne. The grand prince was ordered to commit suicide, but the grand prince's followers didn't get away lightly. Adam's father was imprisoned on a pretext and died mysteriously in prison, and Adam's previous misdeeds were brought out. But because the empire feared Green and the other 8-level powers would cause trouble, plus the newly succeeded monarch, they still showed a bit of magnanimity and dealt leniently with Adam. The marquis fief Adam was originally to inherit was taken away, demoting him to Viscount. They took away the original very fertile fief, exchanging it for the black waste, and Adam was forced to drink the water of nothingness, completely crippling him. If ordinary nobles had fiefs, they would leave it to their housekeepers or comparatively trusted people to manage. Even though the fief was their foundation, they stayed in the capital to pay attention to anything that happened in the empire, what was beneficial for the clan, and what was not. But Adam and the others weren't. After the king changed their fief, they were ordered to leave the imperial capital within 3 days, and were moreover forbidden from leaving the fief for 3 years, something that had never happened to any clan before. And the reason why the incumbent king, the former 13th Prince Aksu, would treat the Buddha family so was, first, because the Buddha family was in the Grand Prince's camp, and second, because of the pressure from those old nobles. He had just ascended to the throne and would naturally forcefully suppress the Grand Prince and 7th Prince, but he didn't dare touch those grand nobles, and those old nobles also thought the Buddha family was a nice or unnaturally pressured Aboyo from the side. That's why he would make such a decision. The reason he had Adam drink the water of nothingness was because of the Buddha clan's inherited battle chi training methods, Wild Dragon Battle Chi, which was extremely famous on the continent. It was accidentally obtained by Adam's grandfather, making his training speed triple that of ordinary battle chi systems. It also had extremely fierce attack power, and was always a battle chi training method that all the great clans in the empire drooled over. If Adam was allowed to study battle chi, if he really learned Wild Dragon Battle Chi, and also remembered his hatred, he could be a threat to those grand nobles and the imperial clan, so Aboyo had Adam drink the water of nothingness. As for why Aboyo didn't have Adam killed, besides those previous reason, there was still one more. Green gave him this set of battle chi training methods, and also swore a cruel vow that the Buddha family would hereafter no longer practice Wild Dragon Battle Chi, therefore Aboyo let Adam off alive. Of course, Green didn't openly hand this method to Aboyo. He snuck into the imperial palace at night and found Aboyo to give him the method, partly to plead for leniency for Adam, and partly to let Aboyo see his strength, and have him dispel any thoughts of killing Adam. Aboyo really did fear an expert like Green causing trouble, therefore he agreed to the request, only demoting his order of nobility and taking away the fief, leaving Adam with his life. Green also agreed. He understood extremely clearly that, even though he wasn't weak, the imperial family was very powerful. The reason he could secretly sneak into the imperial palace was partly because he was intimately familiar with the circumstances there, and partly because the new emperor had just ascended the throne, and the imperial palace had undergone a major rearrangement and was still a bit weak. This plus his rather special methods allowed him to go undiscovered. The reason why Green didn't go save Adam's father earlier was because he believed Aboyo wouldn't kill him. No matter what, Adam's father was still a pawn the imperial family used to deal with those old nobles, and the imperial family wouldn't easily discard him. But they hadn't expected that the reason Aboyo could take the throne was just due to the backing of those old nobles, and therefore he would naturally curry favor with those old nobles by killing Adam's father after taking the throne. Once Green learned about it, Adam's father was already dead, and Green could only think of a way to protect Adam, the last blood of the Buddha family. And the reason he would hand over the wild dragon battle chi training method was also because of the Water of Nothingness. The reason the Water of Nothingness became a supreme magic treasure on the continent wasn't only because it could make people unable to practice magic or battle chi, even more overbearing was that such circumstances would continue with their offspring. In other words, as long as you drank the Water of Nothingness, your children and grandchildren would also be unable to practice magic and battle chi. Only after 10 generations would it end. But that was a full 10 generations. 10 generations unable to practice magic or battle chi. What would they become by that time? Whether this family could still exist then, whether they could last to the 10th generation, these were all unknown quantities. This was why the Water of Nothingness was so dreadful. And also why Green would hand over the wild dragon battle chi. Adam and 10 generations of Adam's descendants would all be unable to learn wild dragon battle chi, so what was the use of hanging on to it? It would be better to trade it for Adam's life, and so Green didn't hesitate in handing it over, and facts proved that his actions were completely correct. If he hadn't handed over the wild dragon battle chi, it might have been impossible for Adam to leave the capital. But he also didn't know if someone sabotaged the Water of Nothingness, or if Adam had a physical reaction to the potion. In any case, Adam had fallen unconscious after drinking the Water of Nothingness, and had remained that way until they reached the fief. When he did wake up, he had changed from the hedonistic son Adam, into the earthly nerd Zhao Hai. Chapter 3. Waking up, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. He now knew what had happened. Adam's memories had completely merged with his own, also letting Zhao Hai fully understand that he had really transmigrated, and also the most common transmigration of the soul to seize a body. He would be disqualified as a nerd if he didn't know about transmigration. Zhao Hai just hadn't thought that he would actually transmigrate himself, and moreover into the body of such a poor devil. Zhao Hai had already learned what was going on from Adam's memories. He just didn't know what kind of place he had reached while Adam was unconscious and traveling from the capital. He was no longer in that house in the Ixu imperial capital. From his look around last time he woke up, he knew it wasn't the home Adam was familiar with. Zhao Hai opened his eyes, sensing someone next to him. He turned his head to look, discovering the old man he had seen the first time he woke up standing there. Even though the old man's expression was solemn, his eyes were filled with concern. Different from the first time he woke up, this time Zhao Hai recognized the old man. He was the Buddha family's old butler, Green Buddha. Green originally wasn't named Buddha, but he had been given the name by Zhao Hai's grandfather, and had always loyally followed the Buddha family, and was the most trusted person in the household. But previously Adam's relationship with Green wasn't particularly good. Adam was a hedonistic son, while Green was a serious person, always looking after him and telling him this was forbidden, or he couldn't do that, and so Adam rather loathed Green. But because Green was too senior, let alone him, even his father wouldn't dare be rude to Green, and so he could only endure. After being reborn, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be as retarded as Adam was before. Having read countless transmigration novels, and with the mind of an adult, having always led an extremely bumpy life, Zhao Hai would naturally be more sensible than the spoiled Adam. Of course he also knew Green's importance to him. With such an old butler, he could be completely at ease in leaving everything to him. Moreover, he could figure out from Adam's memories that this old butler might be even stronger than his father. In this world, Strength represented hope for survival, a long time of living as a nerd, a long time of imagination, as well as Adam's memories, made Zhao Hai quite accepting of transmigration. He was equally somewhat expectant. This was really just a change in scenery. Only two things made him unhappy. One was that there were no computers here, so he couldn't go online. Keeping a nerd from the web was even more painful than death. The second was that he had tasted the water of nothingness, and wouldn't be able to train battle chi or magic in the future, shattering Zhao Hai's dreams of ruling the world. Zhao Hai didn't discover that he had actually already assimilated Adam's memories. The reason he wasn't flustered was because he had always been familiar with living in the Ark continent. Looking at the two things he was unhappy about, one of the two was related to Zhao Hai from Earth, and the other was related to life in the Ark continent. But Zhao Hai also clearly understood that, even if those things were unpleasant, he was here now and had nothing better to say. Since he had come, he'd be comfortable. Hereafter he was Adam Buddha. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help heaving a long sigh, as if something in his heart had come loose. It was really no wonder he could accept Adam's identity so easily, because he had no family in his last life, because he stayed at home too much. He didn't have any friends either. One might say he had no concerns for Earth. Being here now was just a change of scenery, nothing extraordinary. And there were also people who cared for him by his side. There wasn't anything bad. At this time Green had also noticed that Zhao Hai was already awake, and quickly came to the bedside, saying, "Young master, how do you feel? Do you still feel ill? Does your head still hurt?" Zhao Hai hadn't heard such words of concern for a long time. Hearing them now, he couldn't help feeling a burst of warmth. It didn't feel like his body had any major problems, and promptly sat up, shaking his head to Green. "I'm all right." "Grandpa Green, where is this place?" Green clearly stared blankly a moment. The previous Adam absolutely wouldn't be this courteous, and he was very unaccustomed to suddenly hearing him speak like that, but he still at once answered, "Young master, we've already reached the fief." Zhao Hai looked distracted, then at once understood, nodding. "It's the Black Waste." Green felt very surprised at Zhao Hai's calm, but he still nodded. "Yes, this is the Black Waste." Zhao Hai nodded. "Where are we right now? What are the circumstances here? How many people altogether? How much land?" In Adam's memories were only some minor legends about the Black Waste. It was close to the Carrion Marsh, there was no land to cultivate here, and so on. There was no other knowledge. That's why Zhao Hai would ask. No matter what was said, he was no Adam, and hereafter he would live in this Black Waste, so he also wanted an understanding of the circumstances here. Green stared blankly at Adam. If not for Adam always having been under his care, he would definitely have thought that Adam had been replaced with a stranger. "Don't tell me it's that setbacks make people grow?" Even if Green was puzzled, he still wouldn't suspect Adam's identity. He could only view Adam's present appearance as the result of maturing. But Zhao Hai's behavior made Green extremely happy, and he quickly said, "Young master, we are in the fief's Castellan mansion, located on the Iron Mountain of the Black Waste. This Iron Mountain was abandoned by the dwarves, and has some land that can be tilled. Young master, please punish me. I took charge without permission and sold all the things in the house to buy large amounts of goods and 100 slaves. Currently we only have a little more than 100 gold coins of cash on hand. The people here are only me, my wife, my granddaughter, and Blockhead and Rockhead, and only those 100 slaves as subordinates. Everyone else already left." Zhao Hai nodded, his mind analyzing the current situation. They were now in a dead land, but they had a Castellan house to live in, a mountain that could produce 100 slaves, as well as 5 people he could be at ease with, and also the people closest to him. Zhao Hai nodded. Grandpa Green's actions were correct. Gold is useless in a place like this. Only supplies can support us for a while. Good. I have no opinions at this point. Grandpa Green, you keep sorting things out. Take a look at how much arable soil there is on this Iron Mountain. We'll sow something suitable. After all, we still need to eat." Green nodded. "Very good. Young master, rest first. I'll have Meg come serve you in a while. At Green's mention of Meg, a delicate-looking, cyan-haired, petite lass appeared in Zhao Hai's mind. That was Green's granddaughter. But soon after, Zhao Hai smiled wryly, because Adam had previously wanted to molest Meg. But Meg was a 6th-level mage, and while her exterior was delicate, her heart was unyielding. Even if she didn't dare do anything to him, as long as Adam even thought about it, she'd kill herself, leaving Adam not daring to truly do anything to her. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help secretly cursing. The trouble Adam had previously stirred up was left to him to deal with. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai could only feel embarrassed, and at once said, "No need, Grandpa Green, I want to rest a while, don't let them disturb me, call for me when it's time for supper." Green bowed, "Yes, by your leave." Finished speaking, he retreated from Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai sighed inwardly, then slowly stepped off the bed. Even though he remembered lying in bed for a long time, he didn't feel like it. On the contrary, he felt like he had strength left over. He couldn't help stretching, then walked over to the window, slowly pushing it open and looking outside. What entered his field of view was a small castle-type structure, and he was located on the top floor, able to clearly see everything around. This was a Western-style little castle. Right ahead was a small square encircled by walls, and outside the castle was a black land without human footprints. That black land was black as if soaked in oil, giving people a lifeless feeling. In the castle square was a large pile of things. Looking carefully, it seemed to be things for everyday life, and a large group of people were hurrying about. These people were male and female, dressed uniformly in rough cotton clothes. The difference was that the men had a mark on their foreheads. It was too far away to see clearly, but Zhao Hai knew that it was definitely the mark of the Buddha clan, signifying they were slaves belonging to the Buddha family. Looking further to the sides was a stretch of barren hills, on which grew some twisted and deformed trees. These trees didn't grow well, each and every one as if sick, completely lacking in vitality. Besides, these trees were weeds. These grasses didn't grow tall and also seemed malnourished. Withdrawing high gaze, he again looked at the castle that was now considered his. The castle wasn't small, housing a few thousand people might be no problem, but it seemed as if nobody had lived here for a long time. Lichen grew on the walls, grasses poked out between the stones, generally looking dilapidated. Looking at the window paper, it was clearly newly pasted on, and the other windows were still bare. Zhao Hai couldn't help smiling wryly. In Adam's memories he could clearly remember the Buddha family's imperial mansion using glass, but here they used primitive paper windows. It really was a difference, but it still gave Zhao Hai a heroic feeling. No matter how it was put, everything the light touched was his land, and no matter what anyone said, he didn't believe that the earth that looked like it could discharge oil couldn't bear any crops. He had to survive, and show up those who wanted to harm him. That would be a bit of compensation for taking over Adam's body. Just at this moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 4, Spatial Farm. Spatial Farm program initiating, connecting to network. Network connection successful, operating normally, discovering host, inspecting host conditions, host condition normal. Binding to host, your present level is 1, system reward 500 gold, 6 bags of hay seeds, each bag can plant 1 field, you have currently cleared 1 piece of land, area 10 fields, level 0, you can purchase required seeds in the shop, harvest can be changed for gold in the shop. Due to network malfunction, you can freely enter the farm, you can only connect to the server, unable to connect to friends. Please excuse the trouble. Zhao Hai stood there stupidly. He felt like he was dreaming. Everything seemed unreal. But he really heard that voice just now. If it was on Earth, Zhao Hai wouldn't believe it. At most he'd think it was a prank. But this place was different, and if he could accept transmigration, what couldn't he believe? Zhao Hai at once said in his mind, "Enter farm." Just as he finished, there was a flash before his eyes. When he saw again, he was no longer in his castle, but in a wide open space. This space was very large, roughly 2/3 of a hectare, all the land cleared, with brand new shovels stuck in the ground at the edge. Next to the land was a small spring, next to which was a bucket. There was a small thatched hut, on the left of which was a thatched doghouse. Under the window of the thatched hut were 2 bottles, one marked insecticide, and the other marked herbicide. Next to the 2 bottles was also a basket, on which was written collection. On the right side of the hut there was an even smaller thatched hut, on which was written barn. Besides these, there was only a thick fog all around, with nothing visible. All he could see clearly was this thatched hut and that open space. Zhao Hai was only too familiar with this. Besides the lack of a background, this place was the game he was most familiar with, farm game. Different from other nerds, Zhao Hai most liked reading books, reading novels, writing novels. Even though he only made some small change, it was still something he never tired of, and he never got into playing games. Later on, some friends introduced Zhao Hai to try playing farm game. This game didn't require you to invest too much time, and playing it was very simple. Consequently, Zhao Hai also always kept playing, and by now his farm was already level 27. Even though it wasn't too high, he had still cleared his land, and was just in the middle of playing with pastures. And what everyone who started playing knew was that the system would freely give you a scene, as well as a thatched hut, and the scene in Zhao Hai was looking at right now was exactly the same as that one. The difference was that Zhao Hai had seen it through his computer then, but now he was looking at it from inside the space. Zhao Hai stared blankly at all this. He really didn't know what to think. He couldn't help squatting, scraping at the soil on the ground. But when he grabbed the soul, a voice suddenly echoed in his head. Spatial soil, level 1, already plowed, can be used to plant crops. Raising time to maturity, tenfold, can be brought out to use outside of the space, can improve soil outside of the space. Zhao Hai stared blankly, then grew happy. He still knew too little about this space. Now with the chance, he ran over to the spring and used his hand to touch the spring water, and sure enough, there was a prompt. Spatial spring water, level 1, can be drunk, has an improving effect on the human body, can be used for irrigation, raising crop maturity time, tenfold, can be brought out of the space and used, can improve soil outside of the space. Zhao Hai was already dizzy from this sudden good fortune. He stretched one hand into the spring water, with dull eyes and laughing and giggling. He even forgot to pull out his hand. After a good while, Zhao Hai stood, laughing loudly. Wily heavens, I really didn't expect you would actually be this generous. Ha ha ha, good, fine, excellent. Zhao Hai was extremely clear on the fact that here in the Ark continent, it was completely impossible for him to practice any magic or battle chi. Then he would be destined to be mediocre all his life. It would also be impossible to avenge Adam's hatred. But with this space it was different. Even if he couldn't take revenge, he could still maintain the Buddha clan and let it flourish. This could also count as a kind of vengeance for Adam. Zhao Hai calmed down after a good long while. He first ran over to the shovel next to the field. He wanted to see whether this shovel was as miraculous as it was in the game. When his hand touched the shovel, the prompt resounded once again. Shovel, tool, level 1, can automatically turn the soil. Operation time, 10 fields, day, can be brought out to use outside of the space. Zhao Hai instantly laughed. Then he went over to the bucket, a prompt resounding once as he touched it. Bucket, tool, level 1, can automatically irrigate the soil. Operation time, 10 fields, day, can be brought out to use outside of the space. Insecticide, agricultural chemical, toxic, level 1, can automatically kill insects, not for consumption, can be brought out of the space. Doses, infinite. Herbicide, agricultural chemical, toxic, level 1, can automatically kill weeds, not for consumption, can be brought out of the space. Doses, infinite. Basket, tool, level 1, can automatically collect crops. Operation time, 10 fields, day, can be brought out to use outside of the space. Acquired harvest is automatically stored in barn. After investigating all the things outside the hut, Zhao Hai already understood that this place wasn't much different from the space in the game. but it still wasn't too similar. But to him it was only even better. Zhao Hai entered the thatched hut with a chest filled with excitement. The thatched hut wasn't big, but it was completely furnished. One bed spread with hay, one table, 4 chairs, one cupboard, one stove, a full set of tableware, and most importantly, next to the head of the bed was also something like a computer, but only the monitor. Zhao Hai quickly stepped over to the display, finding that it was lit. On top were only 2 icons. Above one was written shop, and above the other was written farm introduction. Zhao Hai promptly opened the farm introduction. He really wanted to know how he would have such a farm, just what was going on. Zhao Hai's hand touched the farm introduction icon, which immediately changed into a line of white light, and all of a sudden there was a great deal of information in Zhao Hai's mind. After a long while, having digested the information, he had also roughly guessed how this farm had come about. Before Zhao Hai came to this world, he had been playing on his computer, playing just his farm game. But for some unknown reason, he had suddenly ended up here, and that farm game had also followed. It might be that the farm had changed in the transmigration, and conserved all its original functionality, and grown even more powerful. This farm had already become his system, and this system had also been bound to Zhao Hai. In other words, even though Zhao Hai couldn't connect to the host server on Earth through this farm, he could use any functionality in this farm as he wished, including that shop. He could use gold for shopping, and could sell his harvest to the shop. He could bring the things in the farm outside, and bring things from the outside in. Everything followed his wishes. Only currently the farm was just level 1, and a lot of functionality was unavailable. If he could raise the level, he could even open pastures, and could even expand his land. There was basically no limit to how far he could expand, and as the farm rose in level, turning soil, watering, or pesticides and such could gain experience, slowly leveling up, and he could also bring related things outside in here to evolve the space, thereby leveling up. In other words, Zhao Hai could bring in some specialities from the Ark continent, increasing the goods or crops inside the space, to make the space level up. Put simply, Zhao Hai had obtained a heaven-defying cheat. Zhao Hai only wanted to laugh. With such a heaven-defying space, flourishing wasn't anything difficult for him, and even taking revenge for Adam and the Buddha clan wasn't impossible. A brazen plan began to form in his mind. He could use the soil and water in the space to improve the land in the Black Waste. That would be equivalent to having a gigantic farm of his own. As long as he developed this place, he could hire even more men, becoming a regional despot, and when the time came he could avenge the Buddha clan. Zhao Hai returned to his senses after a long time, softly shaking his head, snickering at himself for getting too far ahead. Right now he didn't even have the first stroke of the character for revenge. He'd better first understand this place more clearly. While thinking, Zhao Hai casually flicked open the shop icon, and a prompt at once echoed, "Welcome to the spatial shop. May I ask what you wish to purchase?" Zhao Hai looked at the screen, on which was arranged images of some crops from Earth. Below them was written their price and level. Zhao Hai knew that this definitely was the same as in the game and didn't give it more than a few looks, then closed the store page and looked over his surroundings. He finally walked over to that cupboard. He believed that this cupboard definitely wasn't any decoration, but was disappointed to find there was no prompt when he touched it. Zhao Hai stared blankly, pulling open the cupboard, and discovered 3 things inside. 1 cloth bag, 1 short cane with the head carved into a bug, and 1 short cane with the head carved in the shape of grass. Zhao Hai knew what these things were with practically one glance. He first picked up that cloth bag, and a prompt sure enough came. Purse, can hold gold, limitless quantity, current gold, 500. Due to your level being too low, the gold cannot be brought outside the space. Zhao Hai stared blankly a moment, then grew happy. Even though the prompt was very short, he still understood a lot of things from hearing it. This purse was actually something like a spatial bag. It just seemed it could only hold money. But that wasn't what caught Zhao Hai's attention. His attention was on what came after. Due to his level being low, the gold couldn't be brought outside, Then didn't that mean that once his level rose, he could bring the gold from the space outside and use them? Heavens, if it's really like that, then that's too good. Chapter 5, Heaven-Defying Cheat. Zhao Hai drew a few deep breaths, calming himself before picking up the bug cane, the prompt explaining, Pest Release Tool, Level 1, can produce harmful insects that eat crops. Usage frequency, 50 times per day, can be brought out and used outside the space. Weed Release Tool, Level 1, can produce weeds, fights farm crops for nutrition. Usage frequency, 50 times per day, can be brought out and used outside the space. Zhao Hai grinned, releasing the two canes. These two things were good things, for shady people especially. There was nothing else in the house, and Zhao Hai stepped out from the thatched hut, going over to the barn. He knew there would definitely be more good things in the barn. At least he hadn't found the promised sacks of seeds out here. Zhao Hai very soon reached the barn. It looked extremely common, a small thatched hut, with a small wooden door, and nothing special otherwise. Zhao Hai touched the wooden door with his hand, hearing the sound of the prompt, Barn, Level 1, can store goods, unlimited type and quantity. Goods stored inside are identical when taken out, can be used outside the space. Current items, hay seeds, 6 bags. Zhao Hai couldn't help thinking, hay seeds. Just as the thought passed, in front of him appeared 6 small bags, marked hayseed. Zhao Hai looked distracted, then exulted. He had still been wondering how to use the barn. He didn't expect it to only need a thought. This really was too good. Zhao Hai pushed on the barn door, but discovered it wouldn't open. The barn seemed to be like a prop, basically without any use. Zhao Hai smiled slightly, then turned and walked back to the thatched hut, sitting down on the bed of hay, calmly arranging his findings. Right now he had a space like this. First of all was that the lawn could be farmed, then water to drink, and he could even enormously improve the crop maturation time, tenfold, and with the water, that was another tenfold. Heavens, with this place, he didn't need to worry about going hungry. That basket could be used, the shovel as well, the bucket, pesticides, pest releasing tool, weed releasing tool, these were all good things, and they could be brought outside. The main thing was that barn. Having the barn was tantamount to having an enormous interspatial storage. That was what he was happiest about. From Adam's memories, this world had a lot of storage tools. A space-type mage could produce one, but space-type mages were rare. Say even though there were a lot of storage tools on the continent, they were all in the hands of those nobles. Very rarely would commoners have them. Those storage tools couldn't compare to the barn. Those tools were all very small, even the largest no more than a few hundred cubic meters, and those were already considered divine tools. Something as large as his barn was basically non-existent. Most important was still that the storage tools on the Ark continent didn't have any way to store living things, but the spatial barn could, and he could stockpile unlimited types. Besides these fixtures, he also had 6 bags of hay seeds, and 500 gold coins. Even though gold currently couldn't be brought outside, but they could be used to shop in the spatial shop, that was enough. After reading the space introduction, Zhao Hao already knew that this place followed the game he played before, and the basic settings were more or less the same. After his level rose, he could open pastures, and do a lot more things. Most important right now was that he had 10 fields, and 1 unending spring. With these 2 things he could think of ways to improve the black soil of his territory, but first of all he had to plant these 10 fields. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help smiling wryly. He was a nerd before, but he had been born in the city, and had basically never farmed, to the extent that he might not see the difference between millet, soybeans, sesame, barley, and rice. Having him suddenly farm now, he really didn't know how to start. Zhao Hai returned the hayseed bags to the barn. He clearly understood that pasture seed wasn't any use to him right now, but would be if he opened pastures later. What he needed now was food, or cash crop seeds. Opening the shop interface, there were images of some crops up top, below which were written level and how much money required to buy them, just like the game interface. Zhao Hai looked over the interface, finding it really was like the game, the settings all the same. Right now he was only level 1, and the seeds he could cultivate were only hay, radish, carrot, and bok choy. The rest he couldn't plant. Zhao Hai tried poking a second-level crop seed, and the interface immediately gave an insufficient level message. Zhao Hai also understood, this place really was the same as the game. Only these 4 kinds of crops could be planted, and Zhao Hai heroically didn't hesitate to choose radish seeds. Each bag of radish seed was 150 gold, and each bag of seed sowed 10 fields. 10 fields could produce close to 80,000 kati of radishes, which would be 500 gold if sold to the shop. In light of the purchasing power in this world, 500 gold coins was roughly 50,000 yuan on Earth. In other words, 1 gold coin was equal to 100 RMB, 1 silver coin was 10 RMB, and 1 copper coin was equal to 0.1 RMB. Calculating it like this, growing radish was quite profitable, but still lacking a bit compared to bok choy and carrots. But the reason Zhao Hai picked radish wasn't because of how much money it could make, but because of experience. When playing farm game before, Zhao Hai had once very conscientiously calculated all things related to farming, from turning the soil, to planting, to harvesting, and what gave the most experience was unexpectedly this most unremarkable radish. Most important right now was to first raise his level. Like that he could farm even more land, and generally speaking, planting radishes would also give a lot of gold, so under the present circumstances, growing radish was most suitable. Zhao Hai was a nerd, and nerds didn't like going out. That's why, when he unavoidably had to go out, he would first calculate what he would go do today, and how to do it in the shortest time possible, or what he had to do several days later and if he could do that at the same time, so he didn't have to go out again for a few days. As this went on, it naturally fostered a kind of calculating nature. When doing anything, he would calculate it properly, then find the implementation method that most suited him. This time was the same. He had calculated for a long time, and finally chose radishes, because radish gave the best experience. Compared to this, the loss of some gold basically counted for nothing. Zhao Hai immediately bought a bag of radish seed. The seeds didn't appear in front of him, and were rather placed in the barn. But with a thought, a small bag at once appeared in front of him. This bag wasn't large, and also seemed quite flat, as if nothing was inside. But as soon as Zhao Hai's hand touched the bag, there was immediately a prompt. Radish seed, 1 bag, can be planted, can be brought outside, plants 10 fields. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh. Fortunately, this bag of seed could plant these 10 fields, otherwise he wouldn't have the money to buy seed. But this system really could scheme, only giving 6 fields worth, but forcing you to buy 10 fields worth. Truly insidious. Closing the shop interface, Zhao Hai took the seed bag and left the thatched hut. But on seeing those 10 fields he was stupefied. He had bought the seed, but how did he plant them? A nerd like him farming, he didn't even know how to plant radishes. This really was terrible. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help thinking about returning the seed bag to the barn, when he suddenly looked at the seed bag in his hand, a brazen way of thinking germinating in his mind. Everything in this space seemed like it revolved around him. Even though he needed money to buy seed, the starting funds were provided, as if he was really playing a game. If that's how it was, then should there really be a need for him to do things himself? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai at once thought about planting the radishes. He had just finished the thought, when the seed bag in his hand flew out, immediately followed by the shovel in the ground also moving. The shovel made small holes in the ground, and the seed bag tossed out a seed to fall inside, after which the bucket immediately flew up and poured water in the hole, followed by the shovel covering up the small hole, then digging a new hole, spilling seed, watering, burying, as if several people were working with a clear division of labor and a tacit cooperation, dealing with all the work together without any need for Zhao Hai to lift a hand. Zhao Hai watched this scene, and couldn't help laughing out loud. This space really was very good. He felt like he was the god of this place, and as long as he thought it, the things in the space would at once move according to his wishes. This really was too good. Seeing that it would still take some time to sow the field, Zhao Hai also feared that Green would discover he was missing and worry, and thought about leaving the space. With a thought, he returned to his room in the Iron Mountain Castle. Looking at the sky outside the window, it unexpectedly hadn't changed much. Moreover, it didn't seem like anyone had entered the room. This made Zhao Hai even more convinced that the time he had lingered in the space definitely hadn't been long, and even if he had stayed there longer, time in that space would definitely flow differently than outside. Zhao Hai was so happy he wanted to shout. With such a heaven-defying cheat, he could at least take up a post as a free and unrestrained little landlord in this world. Whether he could help Adam with revenge and such things, first making sure he had a comfortable life was reasonable. Zhao Hai had to admit that he wasn't a very ambitious person. He had the heart of a minor peasant. As long as he was well, reviving the Buddha clan, avenging the Buddha clan, avenging Adam and whatnot, these were all things he'd thought about in excitement. Thinking about the power of those grand nobles, Zhao Hai felt a burst of fright. The majestic Buddha family's survival hinged on a word, and extinguishing something like a tiny little Zhao Hai was just a matter of waving a hand for them. Chapter 6, Plotting. Low-key. He definitely had to be low-key. Having read countless transmigration novels, Zhao Hai clearly understood that if he didn't know how to be low-key in another world, then he wouldn't have a good ending. Zhao Hai believed that novels were just fiction. The reason why those mix could call the wind and summon the rain in other worlds was all because of the author's golden fingers. If one person, alone in an unfamiliar environment, still acted so unbridled, the consequences definitely wouldn't be good. Now Zhao Hai's status was that of the Buddha clan's last heir, and at the same time they had even offended the most powerful factions in the Ixu Empire. Under such circumstances, if he didn't keep low-key, then the first to die would definitely be him. Even if he had the spatial farm to hide in now, there were still too many ways to kill one person alone, and Zhao Hai didn't want to carelessly misplace his head while asleep. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about these things, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Zhao Hai looked distracted, but at once said, "Enter." Meg pushed open the door and walked inside, her head low without looking at Zhao Hai, bowing to him and saying, "Young master." Then nothing else. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's appearance, and also had a brief wry smile. The reason Meg didn't raise her head to look at him was because Adam had previously wanted to molest her because of her beauty. Ultimately he didn't succeed, but from then on Meg had always avoided Adam, and even if they met, she would only lower her head and call him young master, then turn around and leave. Zhao Hai sighed. This was all trouble caused by Adam, but it fell on him to deal with it. Heavens, this really is a crop of disaster. Zhao Hai looked at Meg's appearance, then sighed again. "I'm all right, you go down and rest. I'll also sleep a while. It's fine if you come call me for supper." Meg made an answering noise, then turned around and left. After stepping outside, she still kept guard outside Zhao Hai's door, looking at her as if fleeing from him. Zhao Hai smiled dryly again. His body was now all better, without any discomfort. The reason why he said he would rest was to put Adam's memories in order, and take a look at whether there was still anything he didn't know. Adding that he currently had the spatial farm, this was an enormous help to his future growth. He had to think of how to take advantage of this spatial farm even better. Right now he was planting radishes in the spatial farm, and if he sold the radishes back to the farm he would obtain at least 500 gold. In other words, he could earn 350 gold. He could also take these radishes outside via the barn, then let Green bring them to sell in other areas of the Ark continent, then he could perhaps gain a bit more gold. But most important was that he currently didn't know whether the Ark continent had something like radishes. Adam used to be a wastrel. It was basically impossible for him to go buy vegetables, and the things he ate were normally comparatively good dishes, and probably already cooked once. He basically wouldn't have asked about what was in the food, and so he basically had no idea whether this continent had a vegetable like radishes. If those radishes couldn't be bought outside, then he would also have to process them. The whole radish was a treasure, and harvesting radishes should be done as complete as possible. The radish leaves wouldn't be neglected either. Radish leaves were very tasty. As long as they were simply marinated, they could become delicious. Zhao Hai lived in northern China. That's why he still clearly remembered his mother using such marinated radish leaves in cooking when he was little, and that flavor was very good. Such radish leaves could further be used as fodder to feed some grazing animals. If this world didn't have something like radish, they could sell the radishes and keep the leaves to feed some grazing magic beasts. In Adam's memories, there were some magic beasts that were very easy to raise, eating anything, and when that time came they could breed large quantities of such magic beasts, and not having to worry about meat. Moreover, they could also establish a pasture, which would naturally mean even more income. Even if this world had radishes, but the price wasn't high, then he'd sell it to the spatial shop. That way he could still keep the radish leaves. No matter what, he couldn't be wasteful. Because his current level was insufficient, Zhao Hai still couldn't open a pasture in the space, but he could establish pastures here in the Ark continent first. Once the space leveled up later, he could open up pastures in the space as well. Then he could raise some earth animals there. Zhao Hai had already thought it through. His later development would have to rely on farming. Anyway, the space lacked attack power, so farming suited him best. Right now he had a large fief, a mountain, plus a deadland, as well as the carrion marsh. These areas were all his fief, but to turn these areas useful would take a lot of time. Zhao Hai only hoped that the spatial farm water and soil really could transform the black waste. If it did, then he could have a wide expanse of arable land. No matter when it was, land was always fundamental. As for manpower, that was something Zhao Hai had never worried about, because he knew that this world had a kind of people that Earth lacked: slaves. Earth didn't have slaves, but this place did. As long as you had money, you could buy lots of slaves, and the life or death of these slaves were all under your control. They were absolutely loyal to you, and moreover wouldn't run, since each slave was branded with the particular mark of the clan. If they were discovered to be masterless, having secretly run away, then the consequences would be dire. Therefore, as long as his farm could earn money, he completely didn't worry about matters of behavior. The slaves on the continent were numerous, and even if they weren't originally slaves, as long as someone required it and could produce suitable compensation, those nobles could turn countless people into slaves. Nobles possessed everything. This world was that simple. But with Zhao Hai's current status, if he suddenly bought a bunch of slaves, it would definitely draw attention. Therefore, no matter what, he had to stay low-key. Low-key was his policy. Farming was his main development direction. Having thought this through, Zhao Hai loosed a long breath, slowly lying back in bed. He still felt as if he was dreaming. He was previously only a common nerd on Earth. Even if he liked reading novels, that still didn't mean he wanted to transmigrate. But who could have thought that something like this would actually befall him? Heavens, you had a nerd leave his computer. Isn't that tantamount to castrating a pervert? This really is too cruel. Zhao Hai sighed deeply, tossing around on the bed, looking at that stone ceiling, and couldn't help sighing again. Such a place had absolutely no facilities for entertainment. How would he live each day? My novels. This really is too vexing. Maybe because he received too many memories just now, plus the unexpected blessing of the spatial farm, had made Zhao Hai's nerves too excited, and now that the excitement had died down, wave after wave of exhaustion attacked him. Unconsciously, he fell into a deep sleep again. What Zhao Hai didn't discover was that, just as he fell asleep, his door was pushed open, and Meg stretched her head inside to glance. Seeing that Zhao Hai was asleep on the bed, she softly stepped inside, picking up the quilt on the bed and covering Zhao Hai. Standing by the bed, looking at Zhao Hai, she sighed and muttered, "Young master, you will be working hard. The Buddha clan rests on you." Finished speaking, she turned around and left, softly pulling his door closed. Meg had just left Zhao Hai's room when Green walked up, looking at Meg and saying, "Meg, how is the young master?" "What's he doing?" Meg said, "Nothing, sleeping." Green nodded, Go take a look at how your grandmother's dinner preparations are going. When it's ready, come call the young master to the meal. Since we're in a place like this anyway, noble etiquette can only be abandoned." Shaking his head, he returned. Meg looked at her grandfather. She completely understood her grandfather's mood. He had given his whole life to the Buddha clan, and had never thought that the Buddha clan would decline before his eyes. How could Green be feeling well? Meg followed behind Green to the kitchen. Even though Mrin was the only chef here now, she was only in charge of the meals for these people. What the slaves outside ate wasn't her concern. Green had already given them food, and they would help themselves. Meg quite approved of Green's way of handling things. Those slaves were pitiful people, and this place was still quite good. Even though the food wasn't too good, they could still eat their fill. That was basically an impossibility under those other nobles. Meg also thought extremely clearly. Right now the Buddha clan was completely reliant on her grandfather's support. The young master Adam basically understood nothing, so right now she only hoped that Adam would be sensible enough not to act willfully. Otherwise the Buddha clan really would have no hope for survival. But even if Adam was sensible, he still had a lot to learn. Previously he was basically a hedonistic young master, a typical representation of a lack of learning or skills. He basically didn't have a bit of experience regarding managing a clan. If he was sensible enough to learn, that was one thing, but if he still refused and gave misguided orders, then they wouldn't be able to endure for more than a few years with their current circumstances. Even if the Buddha family couldn't be called very rich before, they were at least still nobility, and even though they had been branded criminals this time, their property hadn't been confiscated, and so the clan still had a lot of money, altogether close to 100,000 gold or so. This was no small sum. But now Green had already changed this money into all kinds of supplies, leaving only 100-something gold. If Buddha still kept squandering money like before, then these people could perhaps only tie their necks and wait for starvation. Right now, Adam's qualities decided the survival of the Buddha clan. Chapter 7, Not My Regulations. The color of the sky deepened. In the whole castle, besides Zhao Hai's room which was lit by magic, the other areas used torches. This magic lamp was made from a kind of magic crystal that existed on the Ark continent, but magic crystals only came from two sources. One was magic crystal mines, where crystals could be both good or bad, calculated by how much energy they contained. If there was a lot, they could be used to power magic tools. If there wasn't, they could only be used for lighting. And magic crystals from underground were all disposable. Once they were exhausted, they were trash. There was still another kind of magic crystal, those born from magic beasts. Such magic crystals were extremely hard to come by. There might not be one magic beast of 10 that had one. Even though such magic crystals didn't contain much energy, they were still very stable, aids for when magicians used magic. Most importantly, such magic crystals could be reused. After it was exhausted, as long as it was given time, it could automatically absorb the natural energy of the same attribute from the world, slowly recharging until it could be used again. But no matter what kind of magic crystal, they were all extremely costly. Mind crystals were a bit cheaper than from magic beasts, but that still wasn't a price ordinary people could afford. With the Buddha clan now in such an extreme state, even though Green had bought a few magic crystals, each was very precious, and couldn't be used wastefully. Therefore, besides Zhao Hai's room, the other areas were only lit by torches at night. At this hour the slaves had already eaten and gone to sleep, but Mailing had just finished cooking, and had Meg go call over Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was napping very sweetly. Even though he was in another world, now he had a spatial farm, and the least he had to worry about was making a living. Moreover, because he had been unconscious for all these days, Mrin had constantly used magic to heal him, and so there was still a large quantity of water element left in his body. Water element in itself had a soothing effect, and added to him having put down his worries, he slept especially soundly. Meg reached Zhao Hai's room, and first eavesdropped for voices inside. The room was very silent, without the slightest sound, so Meg knocked on the door. "Young master, get out of bed, You should eat supper. There was still no sound. Meg called out another 2 times, but there was still no answer. In the end, Meg had no choice but to enter the room. Once inside the room, Meg heard even breathing. She softly and quietly moved over to Zhao Hai's bed to look. Zhao Hai was sleeping soundly, basically not hearing her. Meg sighed. She didn't know whether Zhao Hai was big-hearted or an idiot, able to sleep so sweetly at a time like this. Meg stood next to Zhao Hai's bed, softly pushing him. "Young master, you should get up and eat supper." Zhao Hai woke up in a daze, muttering, "What time?" Meg hurriedly said, "Young master, it's already 7 in the evening, you should eat supper." Zhao Hai opened his eyes, turning his head to glance at Meg standing next to the bed, then turning his head to look outside, discovering that the sky was already somewhat dark. He slowly sat up, shaking his somewhat sleep-dazed head. A bit more awake, he turned his head to Meg. "Meg, what date is it?" Meg lowered her head. "Young master, today is the 6th of April." Zhao Hai nodded, counting in his head. He fell unconscious on the 27th of February 1637, and now it was already the 6th of April. In other words, he had been unconscious for more than a month. To be able to move so freely after being unconscious so long, if he was on Earth, it would be a true miracle. But Zhao Hai didn't ask Meg what was going on, because he knew from Adam's memories that the healing magic of the mages on the continent was miraculous. Let alone a month, even if he was unconscious for a year, he could still get up and walk around as if he'd just had a nap, without any muscular atrophy. Zhao Hai sat on the bedside, and Meg at once gathered up his boots, about to put them on for him when Zhao Hai at once said, "Meg, put them down, I'll dress myself." Meg looked distracted, but still said, "Young master, you had better let me do it, it's part of my duties." Zhao Hai wasn't accustomed to something like this, and hastily stopped Meg. "Let it be, hereafter I'll handle such trifles myself." He grabbed the boots from Meg's hands and put them on himself. Meg looked distractedly at Zhao Hai from the side. She felt that Zhao Hai was very strange today, let alone saying he would put them on himself. The previous Zhao Hai wouldn't even have taken them off on his own, and today he actually put them on himself. Zhao Hai finished putting his boots on and stood, turning to Meg. "Let's go, let's eat first, I still have some things to discuss with Grandpa Green." Even though Meg felt that Zhao Hai was very strange today, she still responded, and led Zhao Hai towards the dining room. Meg knew that since Zhao Hai had never left his room since coming here, he still couldn't find his way around the castle. If she let him go on his own, he definitely wouldn't know which direction to go. Leaving the room, Zhao Hai looked distracted, curiously looking all around. This castle was clearly ancient, the construction somewhat aged, but seemingly sturdy enough. But the building style was very old, and the indoor layout wasn't as good as Adam's original home, giving a somewhat gloomy feeling. But Zhao Hai didn't care about this, he rather liked castles like these. In his imagination, castles should be like this. This was in the ancient style, perhaps he could still find some secret room somewhere. Zhao Hai very quickly also noticed the torches on the walls. Recalling the price of magic crystals, Zhao Hai understood why they would use torches. Even though Adam was a noble with no sense for value, he still knew the prices for something like magic crystals, because such things were considered luxury goods. They were things people in Adam's social class bought, and so he knew the price. Zhao Hai simultaneously thought of that magic lamp in his room, that seemed to be the only magic lamp in the entire castle. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help feeling warm. The dining hall wasn't far from Zhao Hai's bedroom, and the two entered very quickly. Green, Marin, Rockhead, and Blockhead were just standing in the room waiting for Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai enter, they all bowed. "Good evening, young master, please have a meal." Zhao Hai nodded. Walking over to the wooden table and glancing over it, he discovered it was only set for him alone. Through Adam's memories, Zhao Hai knew that when nobles ate, servants couldn't sit together, only standing to the side and serving. Zhao Hai sat down, sizing up the dining room. The room wasn't very large, only a bit more than 20 square meters. Within the room was set a long dining table, covered with a white tablecloth. On the cloth were arranged 2 candle holders, each holding 3 wax candles. 8 chairs were arranged around the table, made with very fine craftsmanship, apparently high-level goods. Each corner of the dining room held a torch, making the whole room very bright. But besides this, there was nothing else in the room. Zhao Hao sized up the dining room, then turned to Green and the others. "Grandpa Green, all of you sit down to eat as well. After eating I have some things to ask you." Green at once bowed to Zhao Hai. "Young master, that won't do at all. When you are eating, we can't sit with you. These are imperial regulations." Zhao Hai snorted. "Imperial regulations? But not my regulations. Since the empire abandoned us, why should we still observe imperial regulations? Don't object. Quickly go get tableware and sit down to eat together. While eating I'll talk about some things. If you don't come, I won't eat either." Green looked at Zhao Hai and had no means, only turning his head to glance at Mren, who shot him a glare. "What are you looking at me for? The young master hasn't had a bit to eat for more than a month. Don't tell me you still want to let him go hungry." Sure enough, Zhao Hai's health weighed heavier to Green. Hearing Mren's words, he at once turned his head and said, "Then you go with Meg to the kitchen. I'll wait on the young master here." This time Mren didn't say anything, and led Meg away, while Green sat down with Blockhead and Rockhead. Blockhead and Rockhead were clearly a bit uncomfortable, sitting there as if on needles. Moreover, one could see that the two were a bit slow, and wouldn't say much. Ever since seeing Zhao Hai, all they had said was "Good evening, young master. Please have a meal along with the others." Zhao Hai learned from Adam's memories that Blockhead and Rockhead were children his father had taken in and raised. They weren't clever, and could even be called stupid, but the two were talented in other ways, born with great strength, and further adding the wild dragon battle chi. The two were now both almost level 6 warriors, and were moreover loyal and devoted to the Buddha clan, and absolutely wouldn't betray them. While waiting for Mren to bring the food, Zhao Hai turned to Green. "Grandpa Green, how much gold do we have on hand right now?" Green looked distracted. He didn't know why Zhao Hai was asking, but he still at once stood to answer. "Young master, we currently have 180 gold coins on hand, but right now we don't lack any goods, and so these gold coins can all be allocated." Zhao Hai hastily made Green sit, continuing, "Then when we came from the capital, didn't we use wagons to move the things?" "What about the cart horses?" Green said. "Young master, this place is small and doesn't have anything in the way of produce, so in order to save on foodstuffs, we only have 5 horses. The wagons were all rented." Zhao Hai looked distracted, but at once understood Green's meaning. Green was economizing as far as possible, and had to know that good horses didn't only eat grass, but had to eat some cereals. And since this place basically couldn't produce much grain, what could be saved of course had to be saved, and rearing horses was impossible. Chapter 8, Planning. Zhao Hai nodded, continuing, "Grandpa Green, then how do we settle meat right now? Don't tell me we didn't buy some magic beasts to rear?" Green didn't know why Zhao Hai was asking about this, but believed it was because he was afraid he wouldn't have meat to eat, and so at once said, "Young master need not worry, we've acquired some blue-eyed rabbits and long-haired pigs to provide meat. There is no need for young master to worry about having meat to eat." Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that Adam's character really wasn't up to much before. He wanted to find a kind that reproduced quickly and wasn't picky about food to raise, but Green thought he was worrying about having meat to eat, all this and that. At this time, Mren and Meg brought in a few trays. There was some food on the trays, but a lot simpler than Zhao Hai's meal. Zhao Hai glanced at his own plate. His plate had white bread, 2 eggs, a piece of meat, as well as some vegetables. Under the present circumstances it was quite good, but on the plates of Green and the others was only black bread and some vegetables. What eggs, meat? There was basically none. This made Zhao Hai's heart ache, but he didn't say anything, only picking up his knife and fork to eat. When Green and the others saw him eating, they also began to eat. Green and the others didn't eat quickly, Only Blockhead and Rockhead did. Moreover, looking at it, the food Mrin gave them was much better than the others. He had to admit that Mrin's food tasted good. Even though it wasn't as tasty as Chinese cuisine, producing such flavor with such simple ingredients was already quite astonishing. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction, swiftly eating the meal before him. Even though he was unaccustomed to eating Western food with knife and fork, he really was a bit hungry, and so ate quickly. But when he had finished eating, Green and the others had also finished, all of them standing there watching him. Zhao Hai wasn't very comfortable with this, but he also knew that such things wouldn't change overnight. After everything was eaten, Mren and Meg put the dishes in order, then served a pot of something. One sniff at the pot told Zhao Hai that this pot held keja. Keja was similar to coffee, and something the great continental nobles were most fond of. Green hurriedly poured him a cup. Zhao Hai drank one mouthful. The flavor was similar to coffee, and he couldn't help nodding. Picking up the pot, he poured a cup for Green, then pointed to a chair by the side. "Grandpa Green, you sit. I have something to consult you about. Come, have some keja." Green hurriedly said, "I couldn't. I'm better standing." Zhao Hai stood and pushed Green into the chair. "Grandpa Green, you're from my grandfather's generation. You've watched me grow up. You can be said to be my senior. This time the Buddha clan has fallen into such misery, and if not for you, I perhaps couldn't guarantee my survival." "Don't stand on ceremony, sit. I really have something to discuss with you." Green sat down, looking at Zhao Hua, tears suddenly flowing as he muttered, I'll sit. Yes, young master has grown up, so thoughtful." Zhao Hai feigned a sigh, experiencing so much. "I should also grow up." "I'm sorry, Grandpa Green, I let you worry before, I won't hereafter." Green shook his head. "No, young master, don't say that. It was I who failed to protect you, letting such things happen to young master, letting the Buddha clan fall to such a place." Zhao Hai shook his head, smiling wryly. "This can't be blamed on you. How could my father have listened to your advice?" "Fine, don't mention it, Grandpa Green. Do you know what magic beast on the continent isn't picky about food, grows quickly, and also breeds quickly?" Green looked a bit distracted by Zhao Hai's question, but this was still something he knew about, and so he at once said, "There are many such kinds of magic beasts on the continent, like the blue-eyed rabbits and long-haired pigs we raise. They are both considered first-level magic beasts, without any attack power. The time for blue-eyed rabbits to grow to maturity is just a little past 3 months, and after they're mature they can give birth on average once per month. Each litter will have no fewer than 5. Long-haired pigs have a longer growth cycle, roughly 8 to 10 months or so, after which they can reproduce once every 4 months or so. Each litter will have no fewer than 7. These two kinds of magic beasts are also the most common source of meat on the continent, and a lot of people breed them." Zhao Hai nodded. "Which of these two magic beasts is more commonly raised?" Green said, "Long-haired pigs." "Even though blue-eyed rabbits aren't too picky about food, but they are herbivores and generally only eat some plant leaves." "Not like long-haired pigs, who eat anything." Zhao Hai nodded. He found that the blue-eyed rabbits Green mentioned weren't much different from Earth rabbits. He at once stood. "Grandpa Green, didn't you say we bought blue-eyed rabbits? Bring me to see them." Even though Green didn't know what Zhao Hai was up to, seeing that he had finally started to become concerned about the family situation, he was still very happy. But he still said, "Young master, it's late. I think we should go see them tomorrow." "Young master, go back and rest a bit earlier." Zhao Hai looked at the color of the sky outside, and also felt he was being a bit anxious. Nodding, he said, "Fine, then we'll go take a look tomorrow." "But Grandpa Green, I noticed there still seems to be a lot of supplies in the courtyard. Why not bring them inside the castle?" Green looked a bit embarrassed. "Young master, it's not that we wouldn't, but the castle is too small. It really can't hold so much supplies, and so we're now having the slaves set up some wooden sheds to store those things." Zhao Hai nodded, looking at the color of the sky outside. "Then do the slaves all have somewhere to live?" "Right now it's already April, It will soon be the rainy season. It's fine to let those slaves have places to stay first. So few of the Buddha clan remain, we have to rely on them hereafter. Green's somewhat restless expression instantly improved. When Zhao Hai asked about the goods in the courtyard, he was afraid of Zhao Hai asking about those slaves, because in the eyes of the continent's nobles, those slaves were worth far less than those supplies. If Zhao Hai thought the same, then he would definitely drive those slaves out of the castle, then store the supplies in the rooms. But Green knew extremely clearly that with the Buddha clan in its present state, and with the rainy season approaching, if those slaves were pushed outside they would very easily fall sick, and when that moment came they would be confronted with the predicament of having no people. But what Green hadn't expected was for Zhao Hai to actually think of this. This told him that his young master had finally grown up, and so he hurriedly said, "Please don't worry, young master, everything has been taken care of." Zhao Hai nodded at this. "With Grandpa Green here, I can be relieved." "Fine, I'll return to rest. If there's anything, we'll talk tomorrow." After speaking, he left the room. At this moment Mren and Meg walked in from the kitchen. Seeing Green sitting there with a moved expression, Mren curiously said, "Old man, what's happened?" Green suddenly laughed out loud. "The young master has grown up, become sensible. Ha 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 ha, the heavens haven't forgotten my Buddha clan." Repeating his conversation with Zhao Hai just now to Mren, he smiled. "The young master knows to care about the clan's affairs. This is a good thing, as long as the young master can properly manage the clan. Even if the Buddha clan can't expand, it can continue on. No matter what, the Buddha clan won't disappear." Myring was also unusually happy, saying, "Expanding doesn't matter, as long as the young master is safe it's fine. I think we're very good right now." When we were in the capital, even if the Buddha clan was well off, we were also too affected by people's eyes. Otherwise we wouldn't have been entrapped by those people. Now that we're far from that prison, leading our little days here is even better. The Black Waste doesn't have anything that anyone would come here for, so our Buddha clan is actually even safer. Green nodded with a small smile. "Right, that's sensible. That's why I bought half male and half female slaves this time, in order to prepare for the clan's later development. I don't want anything else right now. As long as the young master can be sage, and the Buddha clan continue, I will be satisfied." Mren nodded, a smile on her face. Meg stood behind Mren, and even though nothing showed on her face, her eyes revealed a trace of happiness. Zhao Hai could also hear Green's laughter. Recalling Green's expression right now, Zhao Hai knew why he would be so happy. Thinking of this he couldn't help smiling wryly. He hadn't expected that he would just need to appear a bit normal for them to be so excited. It seemed that the previous Adam really wasn't any good news. Returning to his room, Zhao Hai didn't go to sleep. Maybe it was because he had slept too much in the daytime, but when he lay on the bed now his eyes were like light bulbs, not sleepy at all. After laying there for an hour, Zhao Hai still hadn't fallen asleep. Pondering, he still decided to go take a look at the space, and see how the radishes were doing. Entering the space, Zhao Hai just stared blankly. He hadn't expected that, just a few hours after planting, the radishes would actually already have grown such large leaves. They didn't seem far away from ripening. Zhao Hai stared blankly at these radishes. He really hadn't expected them to grow so quickly. Even if the spatial soil and water were said to be able to increase growth speed, wasn't this still too fast? Zhao Hai couldn't help walking over to the side of the field and pull up a radish for a look. He discovered it had already grown a small piece of radish, but because it had still grown for too short a time, the radish still wasn't large, and would require more time to grow. Zhao Hai laughed and giggled, burying the radish again, then stood and muttered, "At this rate, they might be ripe tomorrow morning. Then I can ask Grandpa Green to see if this place has something like these radishes, and in passing take a look at whether those blue-eyed rabbits will eat radish leaves. If they do, then I can open a pasture." Ha ha ha. Chapter 9, Morning and evening have only one sky. Taking another turn around the space, there really didn't seem to be anything happening. Zhao Hai left the space and lay quietly on the bed, constantly thinking about everything that had happened since he woke up. Since learning he had transmigrated, Zhao Hai not only wasn't a bit scared, but on the contrary a bit excited deep down. When he was on Earth, Zhao Hai was a nerd, with a small sum of author's remuneration each month, living under a great deal of pressure. But here was different. Here he was a noble, and even if he had been pushed aside, he still had his own fief. Even if it was a dead land, he still had some loyal subordinates. He could decide life and death for 100 slaves with a word. He had a castle, people to wait on him, and most importantly, he had the spatial farm. Even if he didn't know how this spatial farm came about, as long as he had it, he didn't have to worry about food, and could live good days, free and unfettered. While thinking of this, he constantly thought about how to develop the farm in the future. But thinking about that right now was useless. He could only wait for the farm to level up one step. But the farm had clearly undergone changes. Whether this was a good thing or not remained to be seen. Therefore, as long as he had the chance tomorrow, he would definitely take some of the black soil outside into the space, and take a look at whether he could use the spatial soil and water to remodel it. Moreover, he would accumulate funds as quickly as possible and buy some seeds from the space. Best would be if he also out some spatial water. Then, even if the space disappeared later, he still had his own land, the foundation for going on with his life. While thinking about this, he unconsciously fell asleep again. In his dreams, he established a giant manor, taking up duty as a lord, spending his days quietly. That was beautiful. Just as he was dreaming beautifully, a sudden voice echoed, "Radishes have matured, please collect them as soon as possible." Zhao Hai woke with a start, quickly entering the space, discovering that the radishes were already mature, one large white radish after another, crowding up and breaking the surface of the soil. Zhao Hai couldn't wait, quickly running over to the side of the field, digging up a large white radish in a couple of digs and wiping the soil off with his hands. Disregarding any dirt, he took a big bite. Sweet and mildly spicy radish juice flowed down his mouth, and Zhao Hai couldn't help sighing. This flavor really was good. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he especially liked eating white radish. White radish tasted sweet, not like green radish, which was always very pungent. And these white radishes grown in the farm tasted an unknown amount better than Earth radishes. While Zhao Hai was chewing on white radish, he sized up the root in his hand. This radish was at least 3 kg heavy, counting as not small among white radishes. It was also straight, white and plump, looking very appetizing. Zhao Hai burst into laughter from happiness, holding the radish and walking over to the thatched hut, where he picked up the collection basket and loudly shouting to the land, "Collect!" The radishes in field shot out as if scooped up by a giant hand, one by one flying out and falling into the basket. But the basket never filled. Zhao Hai bowed his head to look, discovering those radishes disappeared as soon as they entered the basket. Before long, all the produce was completely collected. Zhao Hai inspected the barn, and sure enough, the radishes were all deposited inside, unexpectedly leaving behind numerous holes in the ground. Zhao Hai didn't sell these radishes, but rather again bought a bag of seeds. At the same time he ordered the little shovel to start turning the soil, then continued planting this bag of seeds as well. These seeds had just been planted when he heard a ding sound, followed by a voice, "Congratulations on reaching level 2. The system rewards you with 2 bags of white cabbage seeds, capacity for each bag, 1 field." Zhao Hai curled his lips, really stingy, delivering seeds that can only cover 1 field. After finishing his business, Zhao Hai left the space. Looking at the color of the sky outside, he discovered it was still very early, just a white smear on the eastern horizon. At this time Green and the others still wouldn't have woken up, and even those slaves would still be asleep. Zhao Hai was too excited to sleep, and sat in his room nibbling on that white radish he brought out from the space. He couldn't have enough of that taste. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to finish a 3 kg heavy radish by himself. He only ate half before stopping. But a strange thing happened. Zhao Hai felt as if there was a warm current in his belly, his whole body brimming with strength, not a bit of tiredness. Zhao Hai stared blankly, Something like this had never happened before. It seemed as if he hadn't eaten a radish, but a stimulant. How come? Could it be this was ginseng instead of radish? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help touching his nose, afraid he would have a nosebleed. But he discovered his nose was still clean, without any blood. Zhao Hai laughed mockingly at himself. He was originally someone who indulged in flights of fancy. That's why he frequently came up with notions that were ridiculous to others. But he could still be sure that it wasn't any illusion, because right now he still felt energetic, his eyes spirited, without a bit of sleepiness. Such circumstances were a bit abnormal. He learned from Madame's memories that he had drunk the water of nothingness, even though it was said drinking the water of nothingness didn't have any effect on people who hadn't studied magic or battle chi. It would still make people feel very tired. Even relying on physical strength to become a warrior was impossible, so how could he feel such unending strength? There was only one possible cause for such a feeling, that radish. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help having even higher expectations of this radish. He at once put the radish away in the spatial barn, preparing to wait until he could go ask Green what this radish was. Looking at the sky outside, it had already begun to grow light, but it was still very early, and everyone still hadn't gotten up. Zhao Hai wasn't shameless enough to go call them out either, but staying idly in the room was also too boring. So Zhao Hai slowly walked outside, thinking to properly take a look at his castle. Leaving the keep, he slowly walked forwards. After passing a small courtyard, he was finally outside. The buildings outside the keep were extremely simple, paved with limestone. Row after row of stone houses, behind which was a city wall. The wall was very high, more than 10 meters. Walking over to the wall for a look, he discovered it was also very thick, close to 4 meters. The city gate was properly made from pig iron, 4 meters tall and sealed with a giant iron bolt. Above the city gate was a cranking mechanism, presumably for pulling open that iron bolt. This mechanism was extremely clever. As long as you cranked the handle below the gate, the machinery above would turn, driving the iron gate bolt to seal the city gate, and the same when opening it. Zhao Hai nodded. He hadn't thought that this world's engineering would already be at such a level. Looking all around again, without discovering anything, besides the large pile of supplies still in the square, there was basically nothing else. Looking at those supplies, Zhao Hai couldn't help smiling wryly. It seemed Green really didn't have the makings of a businessman, exchanging all their gold for these things. Could it be they didn't know that gold could give birth to gold, whereas these things would run out one day? It seemed Green wanted to turn this place into an isolated manor, though when thinking about it, he had acted correctly. If it was that original Adam instead of the transmigrated Zhao Hai, he might be able to live a bit longer if he lived here. If he had the money to go running around outside, he would die very quickly. Turning to the stone stairs next to the city gate, he slowly climbed onto the wall. These walls were made entirely from a kind of ash-gray rock, and seemed extremely robust. The surface was also conserved very intact, and the battlements extremely tidy. There was basically no need for repair. On the 4 corners of the city wall rose archer towers that could protect the walls in all directions. Zhao Hai turned his head to look inside the city walls. The inner keep walls were even a bit higher than the outer defenses, and there were a few arrow towers on top of those as well. It seemed this castle's defensive capability really wasn't hidden. Turning around to look outside the city walls, there was a 5-meter wide moat. The water in the moat was very clear. It was apparently running water. Over the moat was a 5-meter wide drawbridge, suspended by arm-thick iron chains, exceptionally heavy. The drawbridge was a giant iron frame, covered with wooden boards. The boards were very new. At one look one could tell they were newly replaced. Starting from the city gate was a perfectly straight main road, also paved with stone. He didn't know how far it stretched. It also didn't seem to have been used in a very long time, and weeds grew everywhere. Zhao Hai knew that this castle had been abandoned for countless years, and that was the road they came by. He believed that nobody would be leaving the castle for several months, and so that road would seem to stay that way. Besides this road, everything outside the castle was black soil, on which not even a blade of grass grew. It seemed desolate, with a deathly stillness. By this time the sun had already risen, the golden sunshine illuminating Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back, looking at the just rising sun, and couldn't help a heroic feeling, laughing out loud. Fine, this castle, all of this is mine. Even if I'm just setting out here, just like the now rising sun, morning and evening have only one sky, I will let this sun illuminate all the land. Zhao Hai didn't discover that, at some point, Green and the others had already gotten up, all of them standing below the walls, silently watching Zhao Hai standing on the walls, draped in golden light like a divinity, their eyes flickering with light. Chapter 10, Hope. Zhao Hai only calmed down when the sun had completely left the horizon. Yes, this was the first sunrise he saw in the other world. That magnificent scenery made him carefree and relaxed, giving him a grand heroic feeling, and so he couldn't help saying that. When Zhao Hai turned around, he discovered Green and the others standing below the wall, and behind them were also those 100 slaves. It seemed that these slaves had all passed careful selection, half men and half women, and all very robust, without illnesses. They had now also made themselves presentable, their clothes very neat. Only the men showed the brand on their foreheads, a wild dragon bearing its claws and fangs, the crest of the Buddha clan, inspired by the battle chi handed down in their family. Green saw Zhao Hai looking at them, and he immediately bowed, calling out, "Young master, the Buddha clan's glory will definitely illuminate all the land. Young master, please command us." When he finished, the slaves behind him all knelt as one, tapping their foreheads on the ground, not one daring to look up at Zhao Hai. In his old world, Zhao Hai was a common nerd. Seeing a scene like this, he stood there dumbfounded, bewildered, really not knowing what to say. Slowly calming down after a long while, he looked at Green and the others still bowing, and promptly said, "Grandpa Green, all of you stand up, and the others as well. We've come to a place like this, a place without anything, no soil to till, no ore in the mountains. All we have is this abandoned castle for shelter, and all of you. At the same time we have a common name, Buddha. Whether you are willing or not, you all have the brand of the Buddha clan. You are already the Buddha clan's people. The Buddha clan is necessary for your existence. If the clan disappears, you disappear. This is an inalienable fact. Yes, right now we have nothing but our two hands. Everything in this world has been created by human hands, and with our hands, we will not starve, we will make our lives better. The majority among you are slaves. You will believe that living better or not isn't related to you, because no matter how good life is, you are still slaves. But I will tell you today, that as long as you work hard, your children will not be slaves. There will perhaps be a day when they can enter the Buddha clan's troops, becoming glorious warriors. If they do well, they might become knights, nobles. I will ask you to do your best, and I will also give you the best. As long as you work hard, I, Adam Buddha, swear by the honor of my clan, that I will definitely fulfill my promise today. A slight disturbance rose from among those slaves. In fact, before those slaves were bought, they had all received special training. When the master gave commands, they were not allowed to move. Even if the master was just farting, they still had to endure. A disturbance like this shouldn't appear. But Zhao Hai's words really were too shocking. There had never before been a noble on the continent that would turn slaves into ordinary people. If you were made a slave, then you would be slaves for generations. Your descendants would all be slaves. This never changed. Zhao Hai only spoke emptily. These slaves wouldn't believe it, but Zhao Hai swore on the honor of the Buddha clan. In fact, nobles on the Ark continent didn't easily make vows, and even if they did, they wouldn't swear on the honor of their clan. That was what nobles valued the most. As long as they swore on the honor of their clan, they would definitely accomplish it. In other words, what Zhao Hai said was all true. What did slaves wish for the most? That was to one day become ordinary people, to be able to regain their freedom, to let their posterity not have to suffer the hardships of slavery. For this reason a lot of slaves resisted, they rebelled, revolted, but were very soon suppressed by those nobles, because they were only slaves. They had no weapons, they had no armor, They knew no battle chi. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to beat those armed to the teeth noble troops. But now Zhao Hai was telling them, you don't need to resist. As long as you work hard, as long as you contribute to the Buddha clan, you can all be normal people. To these slaves, this was really like a dream. It was necessary for slave to work hard, because if they didn't and were discovered, they would be put to death. Even if they weren't, they would at least suffer the harshest penalties. Therefore they didn't dare slack off. But now someone was telling them, as long as you work hard, I can give you what you want the most. This was too great a shock to them. Green and the others stared blankly. They hadn't thought that Zhao Hai would say something like this. Frankly, Green didn't quite agree with what Zhao Hai said, because those slaves working hard was compulsory. Moreover, there was no noble on the continent that would free slaves. There were too many things involved. But now Zhao Hai had already said it, and he had no way to object. He could only wait until they had returned to the inner keep to properly talk it over. Looking over the people below, Zhao Hai also knew that they would react like this. From Adam's memories he learned about the position of these slaves. It was just because he knew this bit that he used what they wanted to most to coerce them. Human ingenuity was boundless. As long as they wished it, it would be difficult to imagine the energy they could display. And right now was when Zhao Hai needed just such an energy from them. That's why he did what he did. Zhao Hai was quite satisfied with their reaction, and continued, you can think of all kinds of ways, as long as it benefits the Buddha clan, or is something that can improve our lives, something useful. You can take it to Manager Green. As long as I recognize that what you have as useful is good, I will record your contribution. As long as your contribution reaches a certain level, you can become commoners. Even if you don't, as long as you strive for it, as long as you make a good showing, you can gain some contribution, and as long as this contribution accumulates to a certain level, you can become commoners, become children of our Buddha clan, of this black waste. Those slaves became even more excited. They now viewed Zhao Hai simply like a god, because only a god would be so benevolent. All the slaves unexpectedly erupted with an air of grandeur, an air that made even 8th level warrior Green standing in front feel somewhat fearful. Green turned to look at those slaves. He discovered that they all seemed to have gained something. When he had looked at these slaves before, he had always thought that they seemed lifeless, like rocks, but now they were like people, with a vigor, an energy. Green's heart shook. He suddenly understood Zhao Hai's manner of handling things. If the Buddha clan was to develop, relying on 100 dead slaves was impossible. But if it was 100 people brimming with enthusiasm, then that was something completely different. Green didn't know what 100 people with such enthusiasm could bring about, but he was very clear about what 100 slaves could do. Green heaved a long sigh, his face revealing a true smile. At the same time he also gained a trace of determination. He believed the Buddha clan would have a chance to rise again. Zhao Hai also sensed the change in the slaves. He smiled slightly, aware that his words were useful. Therefore he at once said, "Good, you go take care of your work. First sort out these supplies. Tomorrow there will be new tasks for you." Those slaves answered, and walked towards those supplies with quick steps. Their steps seemed a lot more energetic than before, brimming with enthusiasm. Zhao Hai nodded with satisfaction. Coming down off the wall he slowly walked over to Green, saying, "Grandpa Green, let's return. I have something to ask you." Green responded, leading Mren and the others after Zhao Hai back to the inner keep. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, Green knew that Zhao Hai truly had changed. He wasn't that young Master Adam from before who only knew how to make trouble. He was now the head of the Buddha clan, a true head. The group very soon arrived at the dining room in the keep. After sitting down, Zhao Hai turned his hand, the half-eaten radish from before appearing. He placed the radish on the table, turning to Green, "Grandpa Green, do you know what this is?" Green didn't speak. Zhao Hai looked strangely at Green, discovering the old man was distractedly staring at his hand. He also knew why Green would make such an expression, because of his motion for taking out the radish just now. This world had spatial magic, only spatial magic was extremely difficult to learn. Moreover, The requirements were extremely pitiless, and so few people went to learn it. Even though there were some spatial tools that could be used for storage, using them required energy, whether magic or battle chi. As long as you had energy you could open them. But a person that had drunk the water of nothingness couldn't open a spatial tool even if he had one, let alone when he didn't. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Grandpa Green, do you see what this is? Green returned to his senses, excitedly standing up. Young master, just now you. Zhao Hai waved his hand. It's nothing, I just accidentally obtained some ability. It's fine if you know, but don't spread it around. Do you know this thing? Chapter 11, Planning. Green had lived in the imperial capital his whole life. What great spectacles hadn't he seen? He at once returned to his senses, but still didn't look at the thing on the table, rather looking at Zhao Hai with light flickering in his eyes. Young master, you can use magic? Zhao Hai shook his head. I can't use magic. You know, anyone who has drunk the water of nothingness will be unable to use magic. This is just an ability, it has no offensive ability, it can only let me store some things. Green nodded, slightly disappointed, then finally turned his head to the table. Seeing the radish on the table, he couldn't help staring blankly, at once grabbing it and looking it over, smelling it again and again. He finally took a bite, nodded, placed the radish back on the table and turned to look at Zhao Hai. Young master, this is a magic wheat turnip, a very common magic vegetable. Zhao Hai looked distracted. What's magic vegetables? Don't tell me there are still other vegetables? Green nodded. Yes, young master, the vegetables on the Ark continent are divided into two kinds. One is common vegetables. Such vegetables are ordinarily eaten by commoners or slaves, and nobles generally all eat magic vegetables. Such vegetables all contain some magic energy, and can only be grown on especially good land, and still need people to nurse them very carefully. Magic radish is a kind of such magic vegetables, but they're the most common. The current market value is around 1 silver coin per catty. Zhao Hai swiftly calculated in his mind. Right now he had 80,000 catty of radish, 1 silver per catty, that was still 80,000 silver, exchanged for gold it would be 8,000. This was a lot more than selling in the space, where they could be sold for 500 gold, a little more than 6 copper per catty. Referring to the purchasing power of this world and comparing to Earth, if he sold these radishes in the space, he would only get little more than 6/10 of an RMB per catty, but if he sold it to the people here, he could get 10 RMB per catty, a difference of close to 20 times. Even idiots knew how to do this business. At this time Green picked up that radish again, but this magic radish is a bit strange. I've never seen such a large magic radish on the continent, and the taste is a lot stronger than magic radish. Young master, where did you get this thing? Zhao Hai didn't answer. He only continued, then does blue-eyed rabbits eat the leaves of these things? When we buy magic radish, do we buy it with the leaves? Green shook his head. If we were to buy this magic radish, we wouldn't want the leaves. The leaves of this thing don't taste good, but it's still food that blue-eyed rabbits are extremely fond of. Why do you ask, young master? Zhao Hai stood up, pacing 2 laps with a happy expression. The heavens haven't forsaken me. The heavens haven't forsaken me. Ha, too good. With this thing, I can start a pasture. Green looked at Zhao Hai's appearance, and felt a burst of fear. He didn't know what was up with Zhao Hai, and thought he had gone insane, promptly saying, young master, what is it? Don't scare an old man. Zhao Hai returned to his senses, looking at Green and laughing. Don't be scared, Grandpa Green. I'm only too excited. Oh, right, Grandpa Green, let me ask you, is this magic radish easy to sell? Green saw that Zhao Hai was alright and was relieved, at once nodding. Easily. Right now there are no major conflicts on the continent, and people have a lot of income. A lot of commoners will also buy some magic radish to eat, and magic radish is the cheapest magic vegetable, so a lot of people buy it. Zhao Hai nodded, sitting down and having Green sit down as well. Grandpa Green, right now I have 80,000 catty of this magic radish on hand. Think of a means to sell it. It doesn't matter if it's a bit cheap. but it has to be sold as quickly as possible. Afterwards buy some blue-eyed rabbits. The more the better. The mountain we're living on has a lot of abandoned dwarven mines. We can turn those mines into blue-eyed rabbit warrens. Then we can have a stable income later." Green stared blankly, standing with an agitated expression. "Young master, you say you have 80,000 catty of magic radish. How come you have so much magic radish?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "Don't mind that for now. Implement this as soon as possible. Moreover, find a big buyer and tell him that the magic radish I have on hand is 80,000 every 2 days. As much as he wants is fine." Green stammered. "Young master, are you telling the truth? You really have that much magic radish? From where?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't worry about it. As long as you carry this out it's fine. You have to be quick, but also low-key. Don't let people discover that we're selling these things. Can you do it?" Green calmed down. Even though he didn't know from where Zhao Hai was getting these radishes, he thought it definitely had to be related to that ability Zhao Hai obtained, and so he at once said, "Don't worry, young master. That much this old man can still accomplish. I'll start making arrangements at once." Zhao Hai nodded, calling after the departing Green, "Grandpa Green, have those slaves not worry about those supplies and put those mines in order at once. We have to put them in order as soon as possible. We will raise a lot of blue-eyed rabbits. I will deal with those supplies. No need to worry." Green's eyes flashed with a new understanding of Zhao Hai's ability. Even though Zhao Hai said that his ability didn't have any attack power, just his ability to store so many things, and to provide such quantities of magic radish, it was already astonishing. Green nodded at once. "Don't worry, young master, I will arrange it." Blockhead, Rockhead, from now on, you have to closely protect the young master step by step. I will leave for a few days. Mren, Meg, you see to those slaves. You have to have them follow the young master's orders in the shortest time possible. Understood? At this moment, Green finally displayed the dignity and skill of a great butler of a grand noble house, arranging the most important things in the shortest possible time, first seeing to Zhao Hai's safety, second starting the main focus of the work, third doing outside to sell the radishes. Moreover, very clearly, this third matter he would handle himself. Mren and the others were just listening numbly. They really hadn't thought that Zhao Hai would actually have such a secret. Now being called out to by Green, they returned to their senses and replied. Green then quickly stepping outside. Zhao Hai looked at Green's departing figure and nodded. It seemed Green wasn't someone who didn't understand. Spending all their money before coming to the Black Waste might be because of the reason he guessed, to keep Adam from having money to spend and could only honestly stay here. But now it seemed that he wouldn't be so anxious. Mren watched Green leave, then turned to Zhao Hai. "Young master, are you hungry? You haven't eaten it all morning. I'll at once get something ready for you." Finished speaking, she walked towards the kitchen. Zhao Hai hastily said, "Grandma Mren, it's all right. I ate half a magic radish earlier, and I'm still full. I can't eat anything." Mren promptly shook her head. "How is that all right? How could you be full eating nothing but such a thing?" "Young master, wait a moment. I'll fix something up at once. It'll be done very quickly." Zhao Hai saw he couldn't block her, and promptly said, "Grandma Mren, take this magic radish to the kitchen and use it for cooking." Myring replied, then took that half radish and entered the kitchen. But Meg stood next to Zhao Hai, and Blockhead and Rockhead stood behind him to his left and right. Zhao Hai looked at all of them, and couldn't help smiling wryly. He knew that right now Blockhead and Rockhead wouldn't listen to anything he said. Those two had very inflexible minds, and right now they only listened to Green, so he didn't say anything to them, only turning to Meg. "Meg, bring me some kaja, I'm a bit thirsty." Meg replied, then turned and left for the kitchen. But when she walked behind Zhao Hai she still stealthily glanced at him, then quickly left. Zhao Hai sat there bored senseless. Right now there could be said to be too few people in the castle to talk to, only Green and the others. It was still impossible for those slaves to carry a conversation with him, and if he went to them they would likely be scared. Consequently, Zhao Hai could only sit here alone. Originally Zhao Hai thought to chat with Blockhead and Rockhead, but the two of them could both be classified as empty-headed. There was basically no way to chat with them, so he could only sit there being bored senseless by himself. Fortunately Meg returned with a pot of kaja before long, but after she had served Zhao Hai a cup, she again retreated back behind him, without saying a word. This made Zhao Hai depressed, but he still didn't know what to say to her. Because of Adam's previous indiscretions, Zhao Hai also felt extremely awkward when facing Meg. Miring really worked very quickly. Before long Zhao Hai's breakfast was prepared, almost the same as a Western-style breakfast from Earth. The breakfast Marin made for Zhao Hai included bread, meat gruel, and a few fried eggs. These fried eggs were naturally not the same as chicken eggs on Earth, but rather eggs from a kind of level 1 magic beast chicken on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai turned to Marin and the others. "Grandma Marin, you all sit down and eat. After eating you still have a lot of work to do, there's no need to keep me company." Myring nodded, and didn't object this time, because she knew that after eating, they really did have a lot of work to do. So Marin and Meg again went into the kitchen for a few sets of breakfast, in addition to food for Blockhead and Rockhead as well. After breakfast, Zhao Hai didn't return to his room, but rather went to the first floor drawing room, sitting there drinking kaja. He knew that Green would definitely come inform him once everything was in order, and so he didn't worry. Chapter 12, Headshake. Sure enough, Zhao Hai hadn't been sitting for long when Green walked inside, bowing and saying, "Young master, I have put the family's matters in order. I will set off shortly." Zhao Hai nodded. "No need to rush, it's fine if you don't worry. I have those things here, nothing will happen. Even keeping them for 10 years wouldn't be a problem. After you leave, you have to find a big client, then sign a long-term contract with them. You must also remember that we will be breeding large amounts of blue-eyed rabbits, and this is also something that will go through them. If I guess correctly, after the shock of the magic radishes we have on hand, the market price will drop. This is something we have to be prepared for." Green nodded, and Zhao Hai indicated he sit to the side. "Grandpa Green, sit. I'm not comfortable having you stand like that. Sit. I still have a lot of things to tell you." "Blockhead, go get Grandpa Green some breakfast. Let him eat here today." Blockhead glanced at Green. Green nodded, and Blockhead then turned towards the kitchen, and Green also sat down. Zhao Hai didn't express any opinion about this. He was very clear about the character of the previous Adam. If not for Green always looking out for him before, Adam would have already died an unknown number of times, so he naturally wouldn't envy Green's authority now. After Green sat down, Zhao Hai continued, "Grandpa Green, I'm also aware of our current circumstances, therefore I hope you will remember, low-key. We have to stay low-key. We're in a place like this now. If we do something those grand nobles can't stand, then we're also finished. Consequently, we cannot let people know our relation to this deal." Green nodded, and Zhao Hai sighed. "Even if I don't know why those grand nobles would let my Buddha clan off, only sending us off to a place like this, but I know what we have is something they would definitely have misgivings about. If they wanted to deal with us, they would have to pay a very large price, but if we now let them learn that the Buddha clan might have a chance to rise again, then regardless of the cost, they would definitely destroy us. That's why we have to be low-key now." Even though talking about being low-key sounds cowardly, to let our Buddha clan continue until the day we can rise again, we can only keep low-key for now. Green's eyes reddened, standing and bowing to Zhao Hai. "Don't worry, young master. I will definitely handle this well." Zhao Hai nodded. "Don't be like this, Grandpa Green, sit down." "You have to remember, the magic radishes are only the first step. For the next while I will experiment and see whether I can change the black soil outside into something that can be farmed. That would be even better. But we also need even more manpower, so you have to buy some more slaves through every channel you can. Regardless of race, as long as they're useful, as long as they have skills, buy them all. Anyway, most people wouldn't come over to look at us. but we still have to be careful." Green nodded. He discovered that the young master had changed. If it was the previous young master, then it would be impossible for him to think about this. The current change, to the Buddha clan, was definitely a good thing. Now Blockhead also returned to serve Green breakfast. Zhao Hai glanced at Green's plate. Very simple, making Zhao Hai shake his head. Turning to Green, "Grandpa Green, after the magic radishes are sold, first by some blue-eyed rabbits, second by some long-tailed chickens, third by some scaleless fish. The castle moat is empty right now, and it seemed to me that it was running water, suitable for raising fish. First, we won't care about making money, we have to improve our own standard of living. When you go, don't be afraid of how much magic radish they want. However much they want, we can supply." But I think a lot of people will be struck by us attacking the magic radish market like this, and they will definitely investigate. Therefore, no matter what, you absolutely cannot let them trace it back to us. Also, buy some books. Best is books related to flora and fauna on the continent. This will be of great use to us. Anyway, right now I can only think of these. You deal with the rest on your own. Oh, right. Our current defensive strength is too little. You pay attention and buy some slaves with fighting strength if you can. But we'll do it bit by bit. The first goal is to improve our lives. Green ate and listened to Zhao Hai, remembering what Zhao Hai said. These matters were also of varying degrees of importance, but they were all things he was capable of handling. Before long, Green had finished eating and let Blockhead bring the tray to the kitchen. He stood and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Young master, I'm leaving. I won't be present for a few days. If there's anything, you make sure to speak to Muran." "Young master, you must look after yourself well. You are the last hope of the Buddha clan. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to face the late old master." Zhao Hai smiled slightly. "Don't worry, Grandpa Green. I know what to do. I also won't be as willful as before. Leave quickly and return soon, as long as everything is handled." "Oh, right. Transporting our magic radishes is a big problem. If I wait until after you've settled things and then deliver them personally, that would draw less attention. What do you say?" Green pondered. "Let's leave this matter for when I have made the arrangements." "Don't worry, young master. I will take care of everything." Zhao Hai nodded, looking at Green, then suddenly bowed to him. "Grandpa Green, I thank you on behalf of the Buddha clan. From today on, you are my family." Green's eyes reddened, but he accepted Zhao Hai's respect, facing upwards and laughing. "Old master, esteemed master, did you see? The young master has grown up. The young master is thoughtful. The Buddha clan has hope. Even if I have to stake these old bones, I will make the Buddha clan flourish." Answering Zhao Hai's salute, he turned and left. But now Green didn't have the air of a servant, but with heroic spirit soaring towards the sky, displaying the might of an 8th-level warrior. Zhao Hai looked at Green's departing back, smiling slightly, then turned and walked towards his own room. Zhao Hai knew that making other people accustomed to his changes would take some time. Right now his display was already very eye-catching. He should be a bit well-behaved. Anyway, matters of the house had already been settled by Green, and the remainder was for Mren and Meg to see to. No need for his involvement. He'd return to his room and go take a look at the farm. There he could settle down and relax. But Blockhead and Rockhead, those two inflexible fellows, followed behind him like a pair of ghosts, following regardless of anything, thoroughly implementing Green's orders, leaving Zhao Hai helpless. Zhao Hai still didn't want to let Green and the others know too much about the spatial farm, but with Blockhead and Rockhead so inflexible, making them understand that might be impossible. Entering his room, Zhao Hai turned to speak to Blockhead and Rockhead. "Blockhead, Rockhead, you return to your rooms. I want to rest a while. There's nothing happening in the castle anyway, you don't need to worry." The two shook their heads simultaneously, saying nothing, and Zhao Hai impatiently said, "I will rest. You go help Grandma Mrin." Headshake. "I'm going to rest. You can't always stand by my bedside. Go stand outside the door." Headshake. "I'm the young master. You two get out of here." Headshake. "Big brothers, see it as me begging you, give me a bit of space. Be a bit charitable and go out. Zhao Hai looked at the two and really didn't have any means. He could only say, "Blockhead, Rockhead, I know you two were raised by my father from childhood, absolutely loyal to the Buddha clan, but the place I'm about to go relates to the future development of the Buddha clan. Therefore, it's best if you don't follow. If you do, you won't be able to keep up. So, in a moment, if I suddenly disappear, don't worry, and don't shout either, okay?" Zhao Hai just finished speaking when the two brothers reached out and grabbed the twin large swords on their backs, holding them across their necks with a look of "If you don't let us follow, we will die." Zhao Hai facepalmed. Running into such inflexible people really gave him a frightening headache, but he could do nothing. Looking at Blockhead and Rockhead, he knew that if he really didn't let them follow him, they really could kill themselves. These were part of a small number of people absolutely loyal to the Buddha clan. How could he let them die? But if he brought them into the space, then they would also know the secrets of that space. Zhao Hai still really was a bit unwilling, but Zhao Hai still hadn't completely figured out the space yet, and the seeds had been planted when the sky still wasn't light, whereas now it was already bright, and he didn't know how they had grown. He wanted to go take a look. If the radishes were ripe, he could collect them. That was money. Most importantly was that Zhao Hai still wanted to take a look at whether he could bring the spatial water and soil outside. The spatial soil and water could transform land, and if he really could transform land, then perhaps the black soil outside could be made fertile, and that was what Zhao Hai needed the most right now. While Zhao Hai was weighing the pros and cons, Blockhead and Rockhead never put their swords down. The two were rigidly staring at Zhao Hai, afraid he would disappear. After a long while, Zhao Hai returned to his senses. Looking over the two, he smiled wryly. "Fine, you follow as well. But what you see today, you absolutely can't speak of outside. If you do, you can at most only tell Grandpa Green, Grandma Marin, and Meg. Those three people. You can't tell anyone else. You can't even talk about it in your sleep." The two nodded simultaneously, but their swords didn't leave their hands. Chapter 13, Change of Perception. Zhao Hai looked at the faces of the two men, but they remained silent. It seems that these men are not really fools. Either way, he doesn't want to tell lies to his friends and family. Probably the only thing he can do is bring them into the farm space, so he relents, realizing it won't be too bad since he will eventually have to tell them about the farm space anyway. Smiling, Zhao Hai said, "All right, put down the swords. You are taking all this too seriously. I'm ready. We're moving forward." As he finished speaking, the trio disappeared from this place, and in the next moment they appeared inside the farm space. Blockhead and Rockhead waited a little bit and then wholly examined the place inside the space farm. They paid attention to growing radishes on the fields, while also seeing some straw huts and a pile of different things in front of a shack. Looking over the two men who were still holding swords in their hands, Zhao Hai clapped them on the shoulders and said, "Put down your swords, they are out of place here, don't you think so?" At once it dawned upon Blockhead and Rockhead. Both unconsciously put down their swords at last. They didn't dare to ignore Zhao Hai, because now his words have a prime importance for them and must be carried out. Sensing the change in the men, Zhao Hai kinda feels that from now on they will perceive him as a true master and follow his orders. However, he doesn't lose himself thinking about it. Instead, he attentively inspects the growing radishes and the things inside of the shack. Other than the fact that he has 200 gold coins now, there are no changes at all. He can remember that when it was a game the system would automatically update the farm with weeds and insects. Moreover, it was quite often then. These things are direct enemies of cultivation. Fortunately, they were not updated, but it is still a reason why Zhao Hai should came to this space sometimes. It is not essential for him to think about the results of cultivation. The space farm reminded him about harvest time. Unfortunately, Zhao Hai can't know about growing weeds or the appearances of insects. The space farm is not his ally in this matter. In the present situation he can't just guess about it, because all of these matters affect income. And if he want to think about staying alive, he will need a lot of money. Much more money. It is out of the question to make any mistakes. Blockhead and Rockhead are following close to the Zhao Hai in the same way as before, though from now on their perception has changed. Previously the duo only obeyed Green, but after coming to this place, the status of Zhao Hai has risen above Green's status. From now on, not only will they obey Zhao Hai's orders, they will place them above all else. Zhao Hai doesn't know whether this space is some kind of space magic now. In fact, all things in here obey his orders. However, the place is supposed to be leveled up from the start. His level is too low now, this fact is clear for him. Therefore, he should raise its level in the near future. After it becomes a high level, this place will wholly obey his orders. Since he is the owner of the farm space, whatever he took into the space would automatically acknowledge him as its master. He is not a god, but his orders are absolute here. So now Blockhead and Rockhead think about him in the same way in this place. Zhao Hai is not aware of this yet. He is just attentively examining the space farm for anything new, but there are no changes at all. The situation here is pretty normal. Although he got a level up, Zhao Hai was only presented with some seeds. However, Zhao Hai isn't in a bad mood. Even though he doesn't have too much money, this amount is sufficient for one additional seeding. If Green is not here at the moment of harvest, then he will buy seeds after exchanging a part of the harvest for gold coins. Zhao Hai doesn't want to sow different seeds, because he doesn't have enough knowledge about the plants of this world. He is afraid that other plants will not be sellable. If he cultivates a lot of those types of plants, he is bound to make little to no profit. He can't allow this to happen in his current situation. Radishes are sold quite well in this world, so the seeds of radish are the safest approach for now. Zhao Hai can't make even a little mistake, because it will not only affect his life but the future of the Buddha clan. It is clear for Zhao Hai that he has inherited not only the body of Adam Buddha or the house of Buddha, but also a huge part of the responsibility. Due to this fact, he prefers stability and will have to keep a low profile. He doesn't want to make a mistake and allow his actions to be known. If his enemies find out about it, he certainly will die. Zhao Hai made sure that there were no changes, nodded and addressed Blockhead and Rockhead. There's nothing left to do here, we are going back out. Both Blockhead and Rockhead obey his orders now, so they don't have anything against it. They said simultaneously, "Yes, young master." Zhao Hai was astonished. For the first time Blockhead and Rockhead answered him as they should. He unintentionally inspected the duo, but didn't find anything strange. He thought about exiting and at that moment they left the space farm together, appearing in his chamber. In an instant, he observed the chamber. The door was closed so no one had entered. As Zhao Hai understood this fact he let out a sigh of relief and addressed Blockhead and Rockhead. "Let's go. We will walk out of the castle to look around. I want to see the soil of the Black Lands and also the moat, since we will soon set up a fishery there," he said while moving with the duo outside. In the past, Blockhead and Rockhead would stop him because Green was against Zhao Hai leaving out of the castle gates, but now they just followed him silently. The three men came out on the castle yard. Zhao Hai inserted supplies, which were not put into the castle's storehouses, in a barn of the space farm. At the same time, he was thinking about space and he found that supplies had been allocated and classified. Also he knew the amount of things. Zhao Hai was very pleased. Zhao Hai also found out that he is able to control his farm without entering it. At the time, when he wants to see anything in that space, a projection will appear in front of him. Moreover, it looks like Blockhead, Rockhead or anyone else can't see the projection. It is much more convenient that way. The trio slowly left the castle through the opened gates. Mran and Meg are carefully watching the slaves, who are doing required arrangements in the previously deserted mine. In truth, even if they don't watch, the slaves will not be lazy. Zhao Hai gave them a goal. Whilst they try their best, sooner or later they will not be slaves anymore. For the slaves such a purpose is the best motivation. Mran and Meg also noticed that today the slaves are especially energetic. They work in such a manner that tasks, which required them to spend 1 hour previously, can be finished in just half an hour. Zhao Hai will not go there, Although he can trust only a few people now, Mrin is there with them, and the slaves absolutely believe in his vow. Because of that, he doesn't have a reason to go there. At present he wants to see the Black Land to understand, is it possible to use the space farm to improve the condition of its soil or not? However, firstly he decided to take a stroll by the moat. The moat is not too wide, but it is possible to see that the moat was constructed well. You can even see that its bottom was piled with stone foundation. Therefore, no one has lived here for years, but the water is still clear. Zhao Hai inspected the bottom of the moat. It seems like it had been constructed with the usage of two sources of water, so that the moat could repair itself. The first one is spring water, the other one is an underground river, which flows from the mountains. In general, it is strange that the moat is connected with an underground river. But anyway, the underground river flows into the moat from the one side, and on the other side drainage can be seen. So because the water is from the river, it can be used for a fishery. However, at the present time building a fishery here means losses, because fish move with the flow, but the water here is from the river. If he puts fish in here, they will just flow away. It is essential to make some renovations for the moat. Still, there is another problem. The moat is connected with the drainage system of the castle. To reconstruct the moat, the drainage system of the castle should be changed too. The amount of issues is only growing. Zhao Hai frowned, but calmly put off all of these things for now. Firstly, he wants to inspect the Black Land. If the soil can be improved, he will have even more concerns, such as farming, irrigation, harvest. It requires careful planning. Agriculture looks like an easy thing, but it is quite difficult to acquire a good harvest. In addition, Zhao Hai was a nerd in his world. However, he has some understandings about agriculture. He saw farming people before. Also, national attention had been drawn by agriculture. There were annual informative reports about farming, droughts, floods. Moreover, he liked to read history books too. Because of all these facts, he could definitely understand how difficult it is. Also, he often heard about such a term as water conservation. It had been mentioned frequently in the history of China. Emperors of different ages were concerned by this matter. However, the fief of Zhao Hai is here, and from the beginning there are no such things as irrigative constructions. It is strange that nothing grows on the Black Land, and it seems like has been the case for years. Something devastated everything in the past. Apparently he understands too little for now. Zhao Hai was leading Blockhead and Rockhead with him. At last he reached the closest area with black soil by 10 or so steps. Zhao Hai slowly sat down and took a handful of soil. He is full of thoughts now. Previously Zhao Hai had lived in an oil city to the north of China. There was pretty much the same thing as black soil. It was called oil soil. That oil soil was something like the mix of sand and oil. This matter is not ordinary at all, but the color is the same. It is black. Zhao Hai had touched oil soil and it had the same feeling as this black soil. His heart trembled. If it is really oil soil, it will be a dead end for him. He will not be able to grow anything. Hopefully, the similarity is just how it feels to the touch. Zhao Hai said to Blockhead, "Blockhead, dig out some soil, we will carefully research it." Blockhead agreed, took out his sword and inserted it into the land. Soon he dug out some soil. Zhao Hai nodded a little bit. It is enough. After saying such words, he took a lump of black soil and placed it into the barn of the space farm. He will come back to it later and research. Since he got a sufficient lump of black soil, Zhao Hai peeked at the huge expanse of black land and unintentionally let out a sigh. It is so tremendous, but nothing can grow here. It's just too wasteful. Hopefully, water and soil from the space farm will be able to change this. Otherwise, even if they begin to grow something, it will be too slowly and everyone will know about his secret. In this case, the Buddha clan will perish. Chapter 14, Heaven and Earth. Zhao led Blockhead and Rockhead towards Mren and Meg to check out the mines. There had been many places mined by the dwarves. Almost the whole mountain had been hollowed out. But with the mountain's peculiar structure, combined with the many years of dwarf mining experience, everything was sturdily built. There were no dangers of landslides or cave-ins. Mren and Meg, much like Green, have always been in service to the Buddha clan, so doing something like watching over the slaves wasn't a problem. Those slaves, with the hope of restoring their freedom with Zhao's promises, were very energetic and simply did not need anyone watching over them. In the mines, the slaves discovered that within the first few meters there was an opening to what seemed to be a residential area consisting of open spaces and caves. It was a tidy place, and it seemed like those dwarves must have built these mines to live in for many years, so the design was almost like a small city near a source of water. There were some drainage facilities, plenty of spacious areas, and some holes close by that could be used for storage. However, you couldn't go too deep into the mines because the tunnels would eventually curve down, leading you to caverns that have been flooded with water. But just outside of that was a nice area that could be used to raise a lot of blue-eyed rabbits. The space was big enough to keep tens of thousands of them without a problem. Although the entire Iron Mountain wasn't very tall, only about 1,000 meters above sea level, surrounding it in a semicircular formation was the Black Waste, which stretched for thousands of miles, and behind the Iron Mountain was a notoriously fierce area known as the Carrion Swamp, which was one of the continent's 5 forbidden lands. The mountain terrain was dark brown. There were some piles of weeds growing here and there, but they all looked like they were near death. There were also some crooked trees growing around that had a malnourished look to them. Seeing all of this, Zhao sighed, knowing why those nobles exiled them here. Even though those nobles didn't execute them with an immediate death, in a place like this death would have come sooner or later. The only thing Green could do before they were sent here was to clear away their entire family's wealth in exchange for some supplies and slaves, which those nobles allowed him to do because thinking that a few supplies could help restart the Buddha clan was tantamount to nonsense. Zhao walked quickly and arrived at the mines. But since Mren and Meg were busy watching and directing the slaves, they did not notice his arrival. Although these mines were built by dwarves, the openings were very large, a full 3 meters high and 5 meters wide. It was big enough for people to move around and live in without a problem. Zhao was in shock. He did not expect that the dwarves could create such an amazing underground city. Looking inside the mines lined with stone arches, Zhao nodded involuntarily. It was a very good place. As long as they made some modifications, it could be used to raise the blue-eyed rabbits or be turned into a secret base. But that would require time, so he noted it down for later. Just then, Mren saw Zhao and quickly came over. "Master, why are you here? This place is very dirty. You should go back to the castle." "I'm just here to check out the mines." "Grandma Mren, how many caves in this mountain lead to the mines?" Mren thought about it. Such a big mountain has only 2 main caves, one on the side facing the castle and the other is on the other side of the mountain. The rest are just a few dozen small tunnels. Zhao nodded. "Do these caves link up together? And how deep do the tunnels go?" "Do you think we could build a barricade so the blue-eyed rabbits we'd raise would have no place to run?" "Master worries too much." These caves were built by experienced dwarves to ensure the mountain would not collapse. They would not go around digging random tunnels. The only problem is that some of the tunnels lead to caves that are full of water. I don't know how deep the water is, so it's a dead end. But those caves won't be a problem. You can rest assured that this place has a lot of uses for Master. "That's good." Zhao smiled. "We do not need to worry about the cave on the other side of the mountain. We'll just focus on repairing this one. With the water, the blue-eyed rabbits won't be able to run that way. But we do need to do something to prevent them from drowning." "Master shouldn't worry. I know what to do. This isn't a place for Master to be. You should still go back." "I'm not worrying, Grandma Mren, but I still want to see one of the tunnels that lead to the water." Mren nodded. "Fine, I can lead you there. After all, I am a water mage." "The water is still very understanding. I believe I can help, Master." Zhao smiled. "Well, then there is nothing to worry about. Although Grandma Mren shouldn't work too hard. I'll walk with you." They moved around inside the mines. Blockhead and Rockhead followed behind Mren and Zhao, but Meg did not go with them. She was left behind to watch over the slaves. The 4 walked through the mine tunnels until it slightly skewed downwards. The slope tunnels led them down a few hundred meters until they made it to the subterranean lake. In the darkness, they could not see it, but they could still hear the faint sound of waves. Suddenly a burst of light lit up around them. Zhao glanced sideways and saw that Mren was holding a ball of bright light in her hands. At first he thought it was a lamp, but he soon realized it was magic. From Adam's memories, he learned that this was a basic lighting technique. It had no attack, defensive, or healing properties. It only makes light. Practically every magician on the continent, including those at the weakest levels, knows this magic because this magical lighting technique was easy to learn and had no restrictions on learning it. Zhao looked around and saw the underground lake with the help of the magical light. With such a large body of water, it was not wrong to describe it as a lake. Looking closely, there were several small islands breaking the surface. The islands weren't big, only a few dozen square meters, and attached to the islands, like they had taken root there, were pillars. Zhao was puzzled. Grandma Mren, what's with the pillars? Mren smiled and said, those pillars were made to support the entire mountain. You see, this place was completely hollowed out by the dwarves, which eventually resulted in this lake. Zhao's eyes lit up, then he laughed. Great. This is great. So we can raise a lot of fish here. This is a natural treasure. Mren looked around. Young master's ideas are good. If the water was stagnant, then there would be no way to raise fish here. It seems like the water is flowing. I can feel it. The water element is still very active here. But the source of the water is a problem. If there is a flow in the water, then there must be an outlet. Otherwise the water could not have been maintained at this level. So if the water is flowing somewhere else, then no matter how many fish we raise, they would likely swim away down the outlet. Zhao nodded. Yes, that is a big problem, but I also found that same problem in the moat. It seems like it is connected. With this, we might be able to solve this problem. He then turned to Mren. Grandma Mren, can you please gather some water? I want to use it for some research. Mren did not know what Zhao meant by research, but she did what he asked. With a few hand gestures, a large water bubble about 1 diameter in size rose from the lake and floated in front of Zhao. Zhao's heart sighed at how amazing magic was, but he didn't stay idle. With only a thought, the water bubble entered his barn space. After checking around, he made sure the water bubble could really be kept inside. Zhao couldn't help but be excited. The spatial barn was really amazing. Even a large bubble of water could be stored there. Chapter 15, Level Up. Mren was speechless, but Zhao did not realize how surprised she was. Mren was an 8th level water mage. On the Ark continent, a mage was divided into 10 levels. 1 to 3 were just apprentices. 4 and 5 were low-leveled mages. 6 and 7 were intermediate mages, while 8 and 9 were called advanced mages, and 10 was a level that only existed in legends. For most people who have a talent for magic, they would only end up in the first 5 levels. A lucky few might even become intermediate mages. However, only 1% of all the magicians in the continent would end up as an advanced mage. That was a 1 in a million chance. With such a ratio, the rare advanced mages were treated with respect. In fact, that was one of the reasons why the Buddha clan was only exiled and not treated so ruthlessly by the king of the Xia Empire. Mren, who was loyal to the Buddha clan, was an advanced mage. As an 8th level water mage, Mren was very sensitive to the magical elements. If someone within 1 kilometer from her used magic, she would be able to feel it. In the Ark continent, there is a type of magic called space magic. It was extremely rare to find a mage who was able to learn it, and among those who do learn space magic, if their level was not high, there would be no way for them to open up their own secluded space. The continent did have some magical items of the space attribute. These items were used to store things in a magical space. To make these types of items, you would need to become an advanced spatial mage, have access to certain strange materials, and create a secluded space which you would seal into the item, thus forming a spatial item. However, even an advanced space mage would only be capable of making 5 magical spatial items in their entire lifetime. So a spatial storage item was very rare and precious in the continent. Mren knew that ever since Zhao drank the water of nothingness, it was impossible for him to learn magic, so he naturally could not be a mage. And when she saw the water bubble disappear, She did not feel any magical fluctuations, so there were only two possibilities. One was that somehow Zhao had magical powers that were on a higher level than Marin's, and so was able to hide any magical fluctuations from her notice. But that was impossible because Zhao drank the water of nothingness. The only other possibility was that Zhao simply did not use magic or a magic item. Otherwise Marin would have felt it. Zhao turned around and saw the look on Marin's face. Grandma Marin, don't worry. In a few days I'll tell you all about how the gods gave me this ability. After a while, Marin just nodded her head and did not ask. As long as there was no danger to Zhao, this ability could be a good thing. Zhao looked at the water one last time and then said, "It's about time to go back. We'll wait until Grandpa Green's return before we continue with our plans." Marin nodded. "Master should go back. You do not need to worry about these things. Meg and I will take care of it." "Okay, but Grandma Marin shouldn't work too hard. The slaves could handle their tasks by themselves. It shouldn't be too difficult to clean up these caves before Grandfather gets back." Master really grew up, being concerned for other people. Marin smiled. "Don't worry, my old bones are still holding. Master should go back to the castle, and I'll cook you something to eat." "Okay, I'll head back," Zhao said. Blockhead and Rockhead followed him out of the mines. Marin looked at Zhao's departing back and murmured, "Ancestors, I did not expect such a strong ability to be bestowed on the young master. The Buddha clan might rise again beyond all expectations." Zhao led Blockhead and Rockhead back to the castle. He wanted to check out the black soil and that water bubble as soon as possible. Once he was in his room, he turned to the two and said, "You two are not going with me. Stand out there and guard the door. If anyone comes, tell them I went to bed." Zhao was testing them to see if they would now listen to his orders. Ever since he had taken them to the spatial farm, their attitudes have changed, as if they were in awe of him, and so he wanted to see if the two would listen to him if he told them to stay. They did not hesitate. "Yes, sir." Zhao left Blockhead and Rockhead outside the door and closed it, leaving them to guard his room. Zhao didn't think those two would be so obedient, but this was a good thing. So he immediately entered his farm space. While in the spatial farm, with a single thought, the pile of black soil appeared in front of him. The voice came immediately. "The discovery of new materials for soil variability has large amounts of harmful substances. It is possible to transform this soil with available spatial earth and water up to 1 mu per day. Due to the discovery of new materials, your level has risen to 3. Spatial Earth has also upgraded to level 2. You are given 2 bags of corn seeds, with each bag able to fill 1 acre of farmland. With your higher level, the farm's growth rate has risen to 11-fold. Zhao felt a moment of joy. He did not expect to get a level up and 2 bags of corn seeds. Corn was very good with a very high yield. With corn they could almost solve all of their food problems. But the most important thing was that it was possible to transform the black soil with the spatial water and earth. This was great. Even if he could only transform 1 mu of land per day, it was still amazing. However, even though he had risen up a level, the area of his spatial farm did not change. This was strange because in the past, when he played this game, the land would automatically become larger when his level rose. While he thought about this, the voice echoed again. "Do you want to cultivate new land?" Cultivating land has a requirement of being level 3 plus the cost of 200 gold coins. You can expand your farmland by 2 acres. The next land cultivation will require you to be at level 5 and 500 gold coins. Zhao was overjoyed, but then he realized the difficult decision he had to make. He only had 200 gold coins left. If he cultivated new farmland, he would have no money to buy seeds. Of course, he could sell his radishes, but he was very reluctant to do that now. The result was he didn't immediately expand the land. Instead, he took out a bag of corn seeds and gently poured them into his hand. They were large golden seeds, the finest he had ever seen. If they were to grow into ripe corn, they would taste amazing. Zhao suddenly froze for a moment as his brain flashed with an idea. He smacked his head. "Yes, I forgot about how plants could make their own seeds, including radishes. If that's true, then I wouldn't need to buy any more seeds." He laughed. While holding the corn seeds, Zhao didn't cultivate any land just yet. Instead, he looked at the radishes. He honestly did not know if the crops he planted inside this space would be able to produce seeds. If this spatial farm was exactly like the game, then the plants wouldn't make any seeds, which would mean big trouble for him if he spent the last of his money to cultivate the land. He decided to wait for the radishes to mature first. If the radishes do produce seeds, he will immediately cultivate new farmland. If not, then his plans would be delayed. Figuring this out, Zhao decided not to rush it. Instead, he took the water bubble out of the barn. The water bubble maintained its form in this space, which could be part of Zhao's ability. Outside of this space, he might not be able to do it, but it was possible within his spatial farm. When the water bubble appeared, the voice appeared. Discovery of new materials with good quality, able to enhance spatial water. Because of the discovery of new materials, your level has risen to 4. You will be rewarded with 2 wheat seed bags, with each bag able to fill 1 acre of land. Spatial water has also upgraded to level 2, can improve crop growth by doubling tenfold. Once he heard this prompt, Zhao could not help but laugh. I did not expect the 2 things I brought from outside would be able to let me expand my land if I wanted. Gave me 4 bags of seeds, and also leveled up my spatial water and spatial earth. This was really great. Chapter 16. Ratio. Zhao added the water bubble into the spatial water. It was not toxic and the quality was also good. He then turned to the pile of black soil that had not been processed yet. The pile was half a meter high. He already knew he could now use the spatial earth and water to transform the black soil, but he did not rush it. He wanted to conduct some tests first to find the best way to rehabilitate the soil. Looking at the pile of black soil, Zhao said, "Spade, split this into 10 equal parts." Under Zhao's command, the shovel automatically divided the black soil into 10 smaller piles. Zhao could not help but be delighted. It seemed like as long as it's within this space, everything would act according to his will. He then thought of something and decided to try it. Space. Calculate the optimal ratio for the black soil improvement. Cannot be calculated. Zhao cursed loudly. Looks like I can only rely on myself. The bucket filled itself with spatial water and then flew over to his side. He then picked up a small spade and started digging up the spatial earth. The reason why he wanted to calculate the ratio was because he was afraid if he used too much of the spatial earth to improve the black soil, then the amount of spatial earth might decrease. He relied heavily on this spatial farm. If this space was destroyed, there would be no way to achieve his plans. He would return to a life of being poverty-stricken, with nothing to do but live in the black waste until he died. With this in mind, Zhao wanted to calculate the optimal ratio of spatial earth and spatial water needed to transform and improve the black soil. This would allow him to not overuse too much of his resources. Although the spatial farm had the basic settings of a game, it was still Zhao's last resort. He couldn't just play around and treat it like a game. Every step he takes must be calculated to get the job done right. Zhao first tried the spatial water. He spilled some on one of the small piles of black soil and attentively watched for any changes while carefully checking the ratio between the spatial water and the black soil. After absorbing the spatial water, the black soil immediately changed. Its dark color subsided a little and it also became less gritty. After the small pile of black soil improved, Zhao made a careful calculation. It seemed like he would need 15 parts spatial water to effect a change. Zhao was very satisfied with the result. Although there was still room for improvement, he could already see that the power of the spatial water was very strong. He then took some of the spatial earth he had dug up and dumped some of it on another pile of black soil. The black soil immediately changed, but the results were somewhat different than the changes from the spatial water. After the transformation, the black soil had a more fertile look, and the ratio needed to change the black soil was 10 parts spatial earth to 1 part black soil. Zhao then turned to the third pile of black soil. This time he used both the spatial earth and water with a ratio of 1 to 9 to see if that would improve the black soil. Success. There was an immediate change in the black soil, but it seemed to be no different than using the spatial water alone. Then he tried a ratio of 8 to 2. but the result was still the same. Likewise with a 7-to-3 ratio. It was only when he tried a 4-to-6 ratio that the black soil finally transformed into fertile black earth. The effects of this test was very reasonable because he had discovered the best way to improve the black soil without too much waste. With such a test result, Zhao was satisfied. He put the bucket back in place and the spatial earth he had dug up back into the ground. He then left the spatial farm. Returning to his room, he sat there, thinking about how good of a harvest he had on this trip to his farm space. His level had risen. It was now possible to cultivate new land and sow the ground if he wanted to, and he had calculated the best ratio to improve the black soil without too much waste. Now he knows how to proceed. It was now April. With time, he should be able to improve enough of the black lands to get ready for the spring farming season. In his spatial farm he had 200 gold coins, 6 bags of hay seeds, 2 bok choy seed bags, 2 bags of corn seeds, 2 wheat seed bags, and about 80,000 kati of radishes. This will definitely help improve the Buddha clan. Fortunately, the seeds could be taken out of the space. That was to say, once he improved the black waste, he could start planting the seeds outside the spatial farm. While thinking of this, Zhao walked out of his room. He wanted the land to be measured as soon as possible. Just outside the door, he saw Blockhead and Rockhead standing in front of him like a pair of gatekeepers. Zhao nodded at the two. Blockhead, go fetch some rope and a ruler. Blockhead did not know why these things were needed, but he immediately went to go get them. When they were exiled to the Black Waste, there was nothing to help them cope with the situation, so Green had to prepare all kinds of things needed to live, like food and seeds and a variety of supplies, such as ropes and a ruler. Rockhead was still by Zhao. Master, now lunchtime. Grandma Mrin prepare lunch for you. Go. Zhao was surprised for a moment. It was already noon, and he did feel a bit hungry. Blockhead did not take long to find what he was looking for, and once he returned, Zhao nodded and said, well, it's time to eat lunch. The two followed him to the castle's dining room. When they made it there, Mrin and Meg had already set down the cutlery. Mrin greeted Zhao. Master, you're up. I was about ready to send Meg to come get you so we could have lunch. Grandma Mrin, in the afternoon, tell the slaves to stop cleaning the mines for now. They could do that tomorrow. It's not like we'll have a shipment of blue-eyed rabbits anytime soon. Right now I want to use a ruler and some rope to measure about 1 mu of blackland and mark it down. It is spring, right? We have to seize the moment. Mrin made an ugly face. Master, the black waste simply cannot be cultivated. Although we brought a lot of seeds, we can only try to grow those seeds in the mountains. Trying to grow them in these dead lands would be a waste. There's no point in measuring it. Zhao smiled and said, don't worry, Grandma Mrin. I have a way to improve the black waste, allowing the black soil to become fertile ground. Mrin's eyes lit up. Master, is what you say true? Do you really have a way to improve the black soil and make it fertile? Her voice was trembling with excitement. The Black Waste was the largest area in the Exa Empire, about a full 1/3 of the empire's entire size. However, it wasn't wanted by the empire because it was a land of death. But if it could be cultivated, if this black land could really grow crops, then what will become of this? It would become the richest land throughout the Exa Empire, a place many people would be envious of. The Ark continent had a magic civilization where people mostly focused on things like magic and martial arts. But regardless of any era, agriculture was a fundamental part of a country. This was an indisputable fact. Magic might make you strong, but you can't eat it. If your martial arts level was high, you still have to eat. Even if it's a rich country, it would be impossible to grow if the country did not make food a national priority. That country would be completely weak and easily conquered by other nations. The country would just perish away. The most important reason why Mrin was so excited was because of what took place during the exile. In order to make sure the Buddha clan had no chance to turn the family around, King Ixuabo had a temple messenger, as a witness of God, watch over the agreement that the Black Waste would permanently become the Buddha clan's fief. Do not underestimate the significance of this. Because the agreement was witnessed by a messenger, it would also be recognized by the temple. so it would be under God's testimony. Anyone who would dare to violate this would be disrespectful to God, and would be punished under his wrath. Many saw this as a way to permanently exile the Buddha clan, but looking at it another way, it could also mean that if the Xia Empire wanted the Black Waste back, they would have no power to do so. Think about it. What would this piece of land look like after Zhao's improvement? Zhao would become a powerful person who owned the biggest piece of land in the entire Ark continent. How could Mrin not be excited? If Zhao really could improve this land, the Buddha clan would be the richest and most powerful family in the Ark continent. Chapter 17, Madman. 1,000 years ago in the Ark continent, a very famous wood-based advanced mage, plus several water mages and elves that were knowledgeable about plants, tried to study the Black Waste. They wanted to see if the black soil could be changed and make this place the largest fertile land in the entire Ark continent. But after 2 full years of research, they couldn't even get grass to grow. Sadly, they gave up. Since then, no one tried to study the Black Waste. Many people now think that it would be a waste of time and there would be no value in researching it. It wasn't like the Ark continent didn't have other large fertile lands. There were plenty of areas that were already used to cultivate crops. There wasn't any food shortage problems in the continent, so the Black Waste didn't gain a lot of people's attention. But the continent has been relatively calm these past few years. No big wars had taken place and the population has been growing rapidly. It had reached the point where some small countries started to experience a food shortage. But since this didn't affect the 5 large empires as a whole, it did not cause any widespread concern. And do not forget that there were slaves in the Ark continent. Slaves were as cheap as the price of long grains. If there was a food shortage, it did not matter if you reduced the amount of food you gave the slaves. The slaveholders did not talk about this. They would rather talk to a beautiful woman about the moon. They didn't care if the slaves were a little hungry, so most of the people simply did not notice that there was a food crisis getting closer. Now the continent was at peace, with a developing economy and a strong national army. But although the country's economy was on the rise, most of the people's standards of living did not improve. On the contrary, they were even reduced. And don't even mention the living standards of the slaves. When the country's economy develops, prices will naturally rise. But although the prices rose, the incomes of the people did not, which made it so that a lot of people could not even afford to feed themselves. More and more people had no choice but to become a slave to survive. Of course, Mrin did not know any of these things. She just knew that the price of food was starting to get expensive. If Zhao was able to turn this black wasteland into fertile land, then it would be almost impossible for the Buddha clan not to develop. Zhao saw Mrin's excited look and chuckled. Yes, Grandma Mrin, this is the power that I got. But I can only transform 1 mu of land per day, so organize the slaves in the afternoon to measure out the land. Mrin excitedly nodded. Yes, master, I'll immediately go arrange it. Having said that, Mrin was about to walk out, but Zhao stopped her. There's no need to hurry, Grandma Mrin. Just remember that you cannot let outsiders find out about my ability. Otherwise it would be very difficult for the current Buddha clan to stop those guys. Mrin also knew about the kinds of people in this world. After what Zhao said, she calmed down and nodded. I know, young master. Leave this to me. Whether it was Mrin or Zhao, they did not notice that standing behind them was Meg, who was looking at Zhao with eyes of admiration. In the past, whenever Zhao was in front of Meg, she would always have her head down because she did not want to look at him. But now she was carefully watching Zhao. Meg and Adam were childhood friends. Even though Adam was 2 years older than her, they grew up playing together. Wherever Adam went, Meg would also be there. And if the other children were bullying her, Adam would fight to protect her. So she grew up with a good impression of the young master who was like an older brother. But as they grew older, she had to be more sensible. Meg knew that Adam was her young master, so she couldn't just call him her brother. Eventually, Adam stopped playing with her, which made her very sad. Adam made a lot of new friends who were young masters of their own noble family. He seemed to have forgotten about his childhood playmate. As he got older, Adam became increasingly outrageous, while Meg became more beautiful and showed a good talent for magic. so she took a completely different path than Adam. Meg became unhappy at the pranks and criminal acts that Adam pulled. She wanted to make him stop, but it was no use. Adam wouldn't even listen to her grandfather, not to mention her. There were many days where she hoped they could return to the past, back to their childhood where they played together, during a time when the young master would fight to protect her like an older brother. Meg had always hoped that Adam would return to his past self, but reality ruthlessly shattered her dreams when Adam tried to molest her. When Adam attacked her, she felt like the world was tumbling down. Although she escaped unharmed, it was like her memories of the past had lost their color. And then disaster struck. The Buddha clan went through a crisis where it was on the verge of life and death. She could do nothing but watch as the people she grew up with left the Buddha clan one by one, where the king took away her childhood home, and when Adam was forced to drink the water of nothingness. In a short period of time, everything disappeared. They were left with nothing but the black waste. While Adam had not yet woken up from drinking the water, she watched as her grandparents desperately tried to keep the Buddha clan alive, like drowning people fighting their last fight against the flood. Meg was just a young girl. With everything crashing down around her so suddenly, she wasn't able to stand on her own 2 feet. If her grandparents hadn't been there, she did not know how long she could last before she committed suicide. But then in this land of death, Adam woke up, and Meg saw that the young master had changed. It wasn't like the past where he just stirred up trouble. He suddenly became mature and was fighting hard for his family. First was the magic radish, followed by the plans for the blue-eyed rabbits, and now this ability to improve the soil in the black waste. The young master had become strange, but it was a good kind of strange. He no longer had that frivolous temperament, but instead had become more steady. She liked this kind of confidence in Adam. He was optimistic with a gentle smile. When Adam saw her watching him, she looked away with a guilty expression. Unconsciously, a strange feeling stirred up in her heart. Mrin did not pay attention to the changes in Meg, and after speaking with Zhao, she immediately went into the kitchen. Meg was blushing while looking down, but following behind Mrin gave her a chance to recover. Later, Mrin and Meg were ready to organize the slaves to measure the land. Zhao saw the smile on Mrin's face. Her mood had greatly improved. She had always thought that this place was a land of death, but now she was told there was a chance that they could survive. This was like someone telling a dying patient they could be saved. How could they not be excited about it? Mrin had already gotten the slaves to measure the land. Those slaves, although they had no skills, was still capable enough for the task. 10 acres of land was immediately measured. Mrin then looked at Zhao to determine if he really was able to improve the land. Zhao froze when he saw the 10 acres. When he was in his spatial farm, he had full control over it. All he had to do was calculate the ratio and the spatial earth and water would automatically spill on the ground in the right amount. But when it came to improving these black lands, he wasn't sure if he could do it. Would the spatial earth and water still be under his control out here? Zhao was anxious as his thoughts went around and around, but then he heard a voice. Do you want to improve this land? Yes/no. The voice appeared with a screen that projected 2 buttons. One said, yes, while the other said, no. Zhao was overjoyed and immediately tried to hit the yes button, but he became surprised when his hand went through the button. The screen didn't change with the 2 buttons still there. He tried to hit the button again and again and again. To the people watching him, it looked like he had become a dancing madman. Chapter 18. Spark. Everyone, including Mrin, stared at Zhao. I do not know what he's doing with those gestures. Does he simply have no way to improve the land? Mrin's heart couldn't help but sink. She had also noticed Zhao's recent changes, but it was a good kind of change. He had become more mature, but now she couldn't help but worry because it looked like Zhao might have gone silly under all that pressure. Zhao was very embarrassed. He used to use a computer for something like this, and he could not help but wish he still had his mouse that he could tap on. Now he could only use his hand to point, and he completely forgot that the screen in front of him was a projection that no one else could see. Scratching his head, Zhao tried shouting inside his mind. Yes. Suddenly the voice echoed again. Please enter the modified area. Then an input box appeared with a flashing cursor. Zhao immediately thought of acres in his mind. The number 10 appeared inside the input box, and on the side was the word acres. A tone chimed and the voice came again. Please select improvement methods: spatial earth, spatial water, custom. Zhao had to work fast. Out of the corner of his eyes, he could see that Mren was starting to think that he had gone mad, since it looked like he was just staring at nothing. He immediately ordered a custom. Since he had already calculated the optimal improvement ratio, he chose to customize it. Sure enough, a customization input box appeared. A tone chimed and a voice said, "Please enter ratio of spatial earth and spatial water." He immediately entered 6 parts for spatial water and 4 parts for spatial earth. Fortunately, he just had to think it and it would be entered into the input box. He did not need to use his hands, otherwise people would think that he was crazy. After some time, the entry was complete. He then heard a tone which assured Zhao when he saw a pocket-sized hole open up in space, followed by some gray stuff that came flying out of the hole and into the black soil. That gray stuff simply did not look like spatial earth or water. It looked more like dust. But when that stuff touched the black ground, everyone could clearly see the soil changing. The color of the soil that was once black as oil became lighter until it looked like the normal colors of earth. It was interesting to note that the gray stuff that came out of the hole in space only landed exactly in the square range of farming land they marked down, no more, no less. When you look at the edges where the improved farming land met the surrounding black land, the contrast was clear. After the transformation into farming land was over, Zhao grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and carefully looked at it. It wasn't his imagination. The soil had really become fertile black earth. Zhao, while holding the soil, laughed. He had finally succeeded. They could now plant anything here. With his ability, plus all of this land, it would be difficult for everyone to starve. Zhao's laughter woke up everyone in the field. When the hole had appeared beside Zhao, they were shocked. They had never encountered such a thing before. Everyone was frozen while standing there, staring as the black soil in front of them changed. When Zhao laughed, they regained consciousness. Everyone then involuntarily made the same movement as Zhao and grabbed a handful of soil from the land. It took Mrin a while to understand, but most of these slaves came from farming backgrounds. With just a glance they could see that this new fertile land was very different than the ones they worked on before. This oil was even better. Everybody cheered. Although they were slaves, that did not make them fools. They knew what the situation was when they came to the black waste, but they really did not expect that one day they could actually see such a wonderful thing. Mrin could not stop her tears from flowing out as she held the soil. Although she had never farmed before, she could still distinctly see that the land had really improved. This fertile land wasn't just a simple piece of land, it was the Buddha clan's hope. Meg was also excited to the point of tears. She did not think that such a happy day would come so fast and so suddenly. When the moment came, she was shocked and lost the ability to think. It was like she had become a wooden statue. But it did not stop the tears from flowing out of her eyes. Meg suddenly dropped the soil from her hands and ran towards Zhao. She hugged him. Zhao was shocked because of this. He did not think that Meg would ever hug him. From Adam's memories, Zhao knew of Adam's desire for Meg. Adam's childhood memories had already blurred, and there was no memory of him loving Meg, just lust. In that case, of course, it was impossible for Meg to have feelings for Adam. In fact, she hated him. But now Meg was holding him, so he was shocked. Was this really the same Meg? In his past life, Zhao was an otaku with low self-esteem, and he never had a girlfriend. He never even held a girl's hand before. It was precisely because of this that Zhao didn't know how to face Meg. He didn't know how to take responsibility for what Adam did, so he only pushed Meg away. The farther the better, or else Meg would think of those unpleasant things that Adam did. But Zhao did not think that Meg would hug him today. It scared him a bit. Zhao helplessly froze there. He did not know whether he should hug Meg back. Mrin also noted Meg's unusual action. She knew Meg better than anyone, especially her feelings for Adam. After what Adam did, Mrin was very clear on how deep the damage he did to Meg. During that period of time, Mrin would watch Meg every day, afraid that she would commit suicide. Meg was like a lost soul, and Marin could do nothing but watch on with heartache. She was very clear that there was no medicine for a broken heart. The only way for Meg to return to normal was if Adam became a better person. But Marin had no hope for that. To be honest, she was thoroughly disappointed in Adam. If not for the fact that she was loyal to the Buddha clan, she would have hurt Adam. But when Adam woke up here in the Black Waste, it was like he was a changed man. He had become wiser and more stable, and he gained a very strange ability. He did not do any of the nonsense from before, and instead started to be more methodical with a very commanding presence. Of course, she did not know that this wasn't Adam. But Zhao Marin had also noticed Meg's changes these past few days. Recently, Meg would unconsciously peek at Zhao when before it would have been impossible for Meg to want to look at Zhao from time to time. After the incident had taken place, Meg would always hide from Zhao, standing head down, trying as much as possible to not catch his attention. But these days she would occasionally glance at Zhao, which made Marin very puzzled. But when she saw Meg's actions just now, she finally understood. Meg finally released Zhao, whose face was very red. In his past life, he had never held such an affectionate girl before. After the hug ended, Meg blushed, but not as much as Zhao did. His mouth would also open and close again and again, but no words came out. Seeing the look on Zhao's face, Meg smiled. She then turned around and ran. While watching Meg's departing back, Zhao lost his ability to think. Meg was a beautiful girl. Zhao liked looking at her. But because of what Adam did, Zhao would always feel guilty when he saw her. So these days he had to think of ways to hide from Meg and try not to be alone with her. He would only see her when there were other people around. But with that one hug from Meg, Zhao felt a spark and thought that something between him and her might not be impossible. Chapter 19. Crop selection. Zhao led everyone back to the castle and into the living room. He helped Marin sit down, while Meg stayed standing. She didn't look down this time, but instead stared at Zhao. Zhao seemed calm, but on the inside his heart was beating rapidly because of the spark he felt from Meg. But this wasn't the time to think about that. He had a lot of things to do. The future of the Buddha clan was at stake. Marin was a little used to Zhao's new way of doing things, so she didn't refuse when he helped her sit down. She had a look of excitement on her face. "Master, what should we do now?" She had unconsciously started to ask for Zhao's opinion. "Grandma Marin, choose some of the slaves that have had farming experience to work on the new farmland, and ask them what are the most appropriate seeds we should farm." "Ah, do we have any seeds?" Marin nodded. "Yes. We have a lot of seeds on hand, but these seeds are of the most common grains and vegetables. We thought that they may be suitable to grow on the mountains, but to use them on such good farmland, it would just be a waste." Zhao thought about it, but then decided to ask, "Grandma Marin, what do we use to make fire for cooking and for keeping us warm during the cold weather?" Marin was undaunted. "Master, although there are magical furnaces that one could buy, our clan currently doesn't have such a luxury. Right now we can only use the dead trees and weeds that grow on the mountain for heating and cooking." Because of the fact that Marin and Green used to live among the higher class with the Buddha clan, it was simply impossible for them to think of every single thing they would need to prepare. After all, they didn't know the Chinese saying of 7 things: firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. These 7 things were closely related to people's lives. They could even be classified as necessities. And since firewood was ranked first, one could see how important it was. Since she used to live at the top, although Marin brought a lot of living materials, she did not prepare one of life's simplest and most important necessity: firewood. Even though Marin was told of how barren the Black Waste was, she didn't expect that it was a place where even weeds wouldn't grow. In the Ark continent, most of the population didn't have to worry about firewood. The rich and noble classes could use charcoal or magical furnaces, and even the poorest classes could find firewood to use. But finding wood in the Black Waste was very rare. There were only a few short trees and some weeds. Except for that, there weren't a lot of things available that could be used. Although she tried to prepare enough, in this continent where firewood was an insignificant thing that no one worried about, The black waste simply did not have it. Mrin saw that Zhao had not spoken, and said, "Master, what do you want to grow in the new farmland?" Zhao was thinking about it. In his space, he had a couple of seeds that were suitable, such as wheat and bok choy. Although those were good crops, they weren't capable of producing a lot of firewood, so he did not want to plant them yet. This wasn't just about him. He had to first think about how to solve the problems of the Buddha clan. Zhao was left with only one choice: corn. For him, corn was a familiar crop. Although he had never personally planted any, in his past life, there was a lot of corn in the rural city he had lived in. Not only was corn high yield, the stalks of the corn could be used as firewood for the winter. But right now he only had 2 acres worth of corn seeds, and the improved land outside was 10 acres. He simply didn't have enough corn seeds. Zhao thought about the things he had available in his spatial farm. He had 200 gold coins, can't be used outside, 6 bags of hay seeds, can fill 6 acres, 2 bok choy seed bags, can fill 2 mu, 2 bags of wheat seeds, can fill 2 acres, 2 bags of corn seeds, can fill 2 acres, and a barn full of mature radishes, which would give him 500 gold coins if he were to sell them in his spatial farm. Too bad it wasn't possible to bring the gold coins out of the space. He could also cultivate 2 new acres of land. That was 2 acres of land. But he would need to spend 200 gold coins, and after that he would have no money. Mrin saw Zhao's frown. She didn't say anything. She knew it was useless to chase after Zhao's thoughts. She could only hope that the young master would be able to create another miracle. Meg was also preoccupied with watching Zhao. She couldn't help but feel that the sight of Zhao, as he was lost in his thoughts, was particularly attractive. Zhao put his hands together after he made a decision. "Grandma Mrin, tomorrow I'll be at the 10 acres of improved land. For now, just organize the slaves at the mines and choose a few that I could work with. I need to get some rest." He stood up and walked out of the room. Mrin did not know if Zhao would find a way. Recently, he had become reliable while also gaining an ability that she could not understand, so she chose to believe in him. Meg followed Mrin to go organize the slaves. Things were about to get busy, and Mrin couldn't do it on her own. Blockhead and Rockhead went along with Zhao as he rushed back to his room to check out his spatial farm, while the 2 stood as lookouts outside his door. His spatial farm still had its original appearance, which made Zhao feel relieved. After the Blackland improvement, a part of him thought that there would be less spatial earth and water, but he could see that there was no change. If he could improve the large tracts of land out there, then it would be a huge advantage for him. Even if his spatial farm were to disappear one day, he would not starve to death. But right now he was still at the early stages. The existence of this space was needed to improve the black waste. Zhao then looked at the radishes in the ground. Seeing as they were about to ripen, he finally made a decision. He whispered, "Sell the barn radishes." The voice echoed, "Are you sure you want to sell the crops in the barn?" "Yes," a tone chimed and the voice continued. "All the barn radishes have been sold. 500 gold coins have been placed in your purse. You do not have any crops in your barn. Make more of an effort to cultivate." It was too early to test whether or not that batch of radishes could provide some seeds. Right now what he needed to get his hands on were some gold coins and other useful things. The test could only be done afterwards. Zhao was now worth 700 gold coins, 6 hayseed bags, 2 bok choy bags, 2 bags of wheat seeds, and 2 corn seed bags. After calculating what he had, Zhao immediately said, "Cultivate the land." The voice echoed, "Cultivating new land requires you to be at level 3 and 200 gold coins. You have reached the requirement. Do you wish to cultivate the land?" "Yes." The moment he said that, the space fluctuated and fog suddenly covered the ground. With a flash, next to his original area of farmland were 2 new acres of land. Zhao looked at his newly cultivated land and immediately said, "Open the ground and plant the corn seeds." Seed bags, shovels, and buckets immediately worked together in harmony over the 2 acres of new farmland. Zhao was aware of how useful corn could be. He had cultivated 2 acres of land just to grow corn there. Once those corn mature, not only could he get more corn seeds, He could also get corn stalks that could be used as firewood. Almost 30,000 kati of corn could be grown from a single acre of land, and from those corn he could get a ton of seeds. Eventually, he would have enough to be able to plant at least 600 acres of land. This was definitely a worthwhile business. Zhao could only hope that the corn from this space wouldn't be inferior to the ones on Earth. If he could get some corn seeds and plant them outside, then that would solve a big problem. While he could make money from growing radishes, he could also get food and firewood from growing corn. This would lay the foundation for the Buddha clan's future development. Chapter 20. Test. Zhao's heart couldn't help but sigh after watching 2 acres of land being planted with corn seeds. If corn really was as useful as he thought it was, he would not have to worry about the development of his territory. But this result would take more than a dozen hours to see. The planting of 2 acres of land would soon be finished, but Zhao didn't leave his spatial farm. Instead, he carefully watched over the radishes. He didn't know when they would ripen, but then he smacked his head when he thought of something. Yes, I can just ask the space. I remember from playing farm games. There should be a reminder function. Space. How much time until the radishes mature? The voice echoed. There are 3 minutes until the radishes mature. Zhao nodded and murmured, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Well, 3 minutes until I can harvest the radishes. While I'm waiting, I might as well buy a bag of radish seeds. He immediately spent 150 gold coins to buy a radish seed bag. Looking into his purse, he now only had 350 gold coins left. But Zhao didn't care. He had to make adjustments as he went along. In the Black Waste, if he didn't develop the land fast enough, their conditions would stay the same. But if he developed the land too fast, someone might notice. So now he was focusing on developing his spatial farm instead. As long as his level went up, there won't be any problems. This also reminded him that he shouldn't sell too many radishes. If he oversold the radishes, then they wouldn't be worth much, and he would suffer as a result. Unfortunately, he did not have a phone, so he couldn't tell this to Green. Hopefully, Green wouldn't come back with too big of an order of radishes. Originally, Zhao didn't want to rely too much on the spatial farm because it was too unreal. He didn't know whether or not the space would disappear. But if the space was gone, then his clan would be finished. Right now he had no choice but to rely on the spatial farm, and leveling it up would allow him to get more out of it, which would better help develop his territory. He also couldn't relax about the transformation of the Black Waste. If he didn't transform the land outside, then he would have nothing if the space were to disappear one day. Every step had to be calculated to develop the spatial farm and the outside living environment. Leveling up the spatial farm requires money, and every level up would require more and more money. Zhao was very clear on that. In his past life, he had 2 accounts with the farm game that he played. The first account was what he used to play with more than 400 online friends, where they could do things like steal food from each other. But he slowly lost interest. His newer second account was where he played by himself. He wanted to try to master the farm game because he wanted to see what would happen and how far he could go. He knew the consequences were very serious. In the beginning, it was okay. That was until his farm rose to level 20 and he tried to open a ranch, only to find out that he simply did not have enough gold coins. Now he had no money to level up his pastures and no money to level up his farm. But these setbacks taught Zhao how to be more calculating, especially about his farm and ranch incomes. He had to calculate which crops and animals would get him the most money. This was what he learned by playing that standalone game. This was similar to his current situation as he tried to level up his farm. But even though he had some experience, he couldn't forget that he had to also take things from his spatial farm and use them to transform the outside territory. That would mean he had to even more closely watch over his funds, which made him nervous, so he had to carefully calculate every step. Suddenly the voice echoed, interrupting his thoughts. Radishes have matured. Please harvest as soon as possible. Hearing that, Zhao didn't immediately harvest the radishes and instead looked at them thoughtfully. The last time he harvested radishes, The radish leaves had disappeared. He theorized that this space treated the radish leaves as disposable waste, and of course right now he couldn't be so wasteful. He had to try to keep the leaves so he could use them to feed the blue-eyed rabbits. Now that the radishes have matured, if he were to allow the space to harvest the radishes the original way, he wouldn't get any radish leaves. Zhao could only hope that the space would obey his commands in the way he imagined. Otherwise feeding the blue-eyed rabbits would be a problem. In this space, he would automatically get food once the crops matured. But that wasn't enough. It would be a problem if he couldn't also get things like radish leaves and corn stalks when the space just threw them away like garbage. In the past, when he played the game, that wasn't really a problem. But now Zhao needed those things to change their lives. So this was very important. Zhao frowned. He was afraid that the space wouldn't accept his new way to harvest the radishes. Taking a few breaths to calm himself, he said, "Harvest the radishes. Radishes and radish leaves are to be separately harvested." Finishing the sentence, Zhao's heart involuntarily jumped. He was afraid that it would fail. If he couldn't get the radish leaves, then he had to think of other ways to harvest them. The only answer he could come up with was to get the slaves to manually harvest the radishes, but that would cause a huge delay and would increase the chances of this spatial farm being exposed. The space responded to his words. The radishes flew out of the ground and landed in a basket. After the radishes were harvested, Zhao took a deep breath and went to the barn. He touched the barn doors. Soon the barn displayed what it had in storage in front of Zhao. The radishes and radish leaves were classified separately. Zhao raised his fist with a cry of joy. Success! He really did not expect this space to give him such a surprise. Not only would this space help him harvest the crops, he now understood that this space would totally listen to him. He could command the space to do anything. Ever since the spatial farm appeared, Zhao had always felt that it was like the game he originally played in his past life. He thought that he could only operate this space in accordance to the game rules. But with this time's success, he realized that this wasn't necessarily true. In this space, he had a deeper level of control, like he was a god or some kind of supreme existence. After the burst of emotions, Zhao calmed down for a moment. Looking around the spatial farm, he saw that there was nothing left to do, and so he left. Once he entered his room, Zhao could not help but laugh. With the spatial farm, the Black Waste could become the greatest granary in the entire continent. But he must help it along with his spatial ability as soon as possible. Only then would his heart have a sense of security. Although he was focusing on leveling up the spatial farm, in the end his goal was to use the space to help him develop his territory faster. Zhao was a practical guy. He thought that the spatial farm would one day disappear because he did not believe in transient things. He only believed in things that he could grasp with his own two hands. After all, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. For Zhao, the space was like the friends he made on the internet back on Earth. Even though he was an otaku, he knew that they weren't real friendships. It was because of this mentality that he desperately wanted to change the Black Waste, which would give him a little peace of mind. He did not believe in luck. In his past life, he never bought lottery tickets. Every penny he had was earned through his own efforts. He never believed that someone would give him money for no reason. He believed that people could only get everything they want through effort. After he left the space, Zhao didn't go outside. He needed to think about the future development of the Black Waste. He was anxious about the transformation. There was no guarantee that no one would come to this wasteland. If one day someone were to suddenly come here and find a large area of fertile land in front of the castle, it would definitely arouse suspicion. With that thought, Zhao couldn't help but mutter, "It seems like it'll be a good idea to look over the Black Waste tomorrow." Then he fell asleep. Chapter 21, Water Problems. In the evening, Zhao woke up. It was dark outside. Mrin and everyone else had come back. Generally, no one went out at night. Doing so would require using torches or oil lamps, which would mean wasting oil. They had to save every bit of the supplies they had. Since it was dark, the slaves have already eaten. Now they had a period of rest where they were free to do whatever they wanted inside the castle. Zhao did not worry that they would try to escape, so he let them relax. Right now the slaves were chatting in the castle's courtyard. Compared to other places, This place was simply paradise. Every day they would have enough to eat, have a dry place to sleep, and they would have a daily period of rest. When they first came here, they were still in despair. They knew of the situation in the Black Waste. Although they were slaves, they have heard nothing good about it. It was a barren land, and next to it was the carrion swamp. This was a place of death. They thought that they would soon starve in the future, but they didn't expect that within 2 days after they arrived here, their master would have an ability that could turn the black soil into fertile earth, which was something even magic spells couldn't do. Now they didn't have to worry about starving to death, better living conditions than before, being treated with the same attitude as treating regular people, the promise to be free from slavery if they do a good job, plus their master's magical ability. All these things added up to them being very loyal to Zhao. Now the slaves weren't just doing passive work, but rather they wanted to work even more so that they can be freed from slavery a little earlier. Zhao quietly watched over the slaves from his window. He wanted to chat with them, but he knew that now was not the time. These slaves have been oppressed for a very long time. When they saw anyone of the aristocracy, they would be too nervous to chat and would instead kneel in fear without daring to lift their head. Changing a person's identity was easy, but changing their way of thinking was very difficult. It would take a long and gradual process to change their ideas, even if only a little bit. If you tried to hit them too fast with radical ideas, even if you were successful in changing their minds, you would only build up a foundation that was too unstable. So Zhao didn't go chat with the slaves. Now wasn't the right time, undoubtedly. The newly cultivated farmland and the possibility to be free gave these slaves some hope. When they first came here, the slaves moved around like they were dead, but now their lives were filled with hope. Zhao liked to see such a look in those slaves' eyes. Only people with hope would do things to the very best of their ability. Just then, someone knocked, interrupting his thoughts. Zhao recovered and said, "Come in." The door opened and Meg was standing there. "Master, dinner is ready. It's time to eat." Blockhead and Rockhead were also standing out there, guarding the door. Zhao nodded. He knew that it was time for dinner, but he felt bad. In the last 2 days, not only was Marin busy with managing the slaves, she also had to cook for him. She must be tired. Although Zhao could cook, he didn't dare to. He shouldn't forget that he was pretending to be a noble. He could justify his spatial abilities because with all the magic in the continent, there were bound to be a few oddities like him. But if he suddenly could cook, then Mrin and Meg would become suspicious of him. Everyone went down to the dining room where they found Mrin, who had already set down their dinner. There was bread and some vegetables, plus a piece of meat with soup. To be honest, as a native of China, he was not used to this stuff. After he ate a few bites, Zhao said, "Grandma Mrin, I think it would be unwise to improve the Black Land tomorrow." Mrin was surprised for a moment, and then she gave Zhao a puzzled look. "Why does young master say it is not possible to improve the land? If the land can't be improved, then what should we do?" "I think you misunderstood me, Grandma Mrin. I meant that I cannot improve the land within the vicinity of the castle. Right now our strength is too weak. If we let those guys find out that we could turn this place into fertile land, do you think they would let us?" Mrin knew this, but after the land improvement that happened today, she was simply too dizzy with joy to think about it. But now Mrin was reminded by Zhao's words and immediately understood. Zhao was right. If they let those old nobles find out that they could improve the land here, it would be hard to deal with them. Although the Buddha clan had signed an agreement with the empire, it was on the premise that the territory would only belong to the heir of the Buddha family. But if there was no heir, then the king would be able to take this fief back, naturally withdrawing it into the king's ownership. Every man was innocent until they had something valuable. Mrin put down her knife and fork. "What master said makes sense. Even if we were just trying to improve our lives, those old nobles wouldn't let us go. So young master, what should we do?" Mrin paid more and more attention to Zhao's opinions these days. Zhao had done a lot of amazing things coupled with his unique ability, so Mrin unconsciously couldn't help but listen to him. Zhao also put down his cutlery and gently wiped his mouth with a napkin. "The land is to be improved, but not around the castle. It would be too conspicuous." With a glance, it would be too easy for people to find. I think we should look for another area of land to improve, somewhere subtle, not too big, and could not be easily found. We just need about 1,000 acres of farmland to meet the needs of everyone here. Mrin nodded. Master's right. Tomorrow, I will gather some of the slaves to check out the surroundings for a good place to make a farm. Will we continue to try to raise blue-eyed rabbits and scaleless fish? Yes, we're going to continue to try to raise them, especially scaleless fish. If someone manages to catch sight of them and blue-eyed rabbits, they would think that it was just our last attempts at struggling to survive since we have nothing to feed them, so they wouldn't be too concerned about it. Then the only problem is the water, Mrin said. Not only our moat, but the lake seems to have no fish at all. What do you think is wrong? Zhao thought for a moment. He was only an otaku, not a professional fisherman, so he didn't notice any problems with the water, while Mrin had noticed it because she was a water mage. Zhao was somewhat puzzled. Arguably, the moat and the lake should have a lot of fish. The problem shouldn't be the water quality. He had already analyzed it in his spatial farm. So why weren't there any fish? Grandma Mrin, there shouldn't be any problems. It should be an excellent source of water where the fish could survive. But when you look at it, there are no fish. So what could the reason be? Mrin frowned. When water has no fish, there are only two possibilities. The first is that the water could be toxic and so wouldn't be suitable for the fish to survive. The second is that there's a ferocious spirit beast living in the water and eating all the fish. If it really is like Master said, then the water shouldn't be poisonous. Then it could only be the second possibility. There is a spirit beast living in the water. Zhao carefully thought about it. What Mrin said makes sense. He remembered in his past life, when he was watching the news, a fisherman had found 2 predatory animals in his pond. The result was all the pond fish had been eaten. There might also be this kind of beast here. If that were the case, then it would be a huge hassle. When Mrin saw Zhao frowning, she tried to comfort him. Master, this isn't a difficult matter. It would be difficult to solve if the water was poisonous, but if there is just a mischievous spirit beast in the water, then we just need to kill it after we find it. Even after listening to her, Zhao was still worried. His thoughts were the complete opposite of Mrin's. If the water was poisonous, then he could simply use his spatial water to detoxify it, but if there was a spirit beast in the water, it would be troublesome. Mrin saw that Zhao still had a worried look. Master doesn't need to worry. If it's a spirit beast, I could just kill it. This would not affect young Master's plans. Zhao heard what Mrin said and he was surprised. But then he understood. This wasn't Earth. On Earth, if you wanted to kill something like a deep-sea monster, it wouldn't be so easy. But here in the Ark continent, there was magic, and Mrin was a powerful water mage. Maybe she did have the means to destroy the spirit beast. Chapter 22, Maturing. Zhao frowned and said, "Will it be dangerous, Grandma Mrin? If it is dangerous, then we don't need to raise fish. Fish aren't that important. What's important is your safety." Mrin smiled. Master can rest assured. Nothing will happen. I am, after all, an 8th level water mage. It's not hard to deal with a spirit beast. Seeing Mrin's look of confidence, Zhao could only nod. Well, we can put that off for now. Tomorrow, we still need to organize the slaves and then look for a suitable piece of land that we can improve. Mrin agreed. Since the Buddha clan were nobles, in their eyes, the land was the key. Meg tried not to interrupt as Mrin and Zhao discussed things. Although she was very smart, she was still too young. Unlike Zhao, who had lived through the information age. Blockhead and Rockhead, of course, also didn't say anything during the discussion. They themselves weren't very smart. Whatever they said was tantamount to howling at the moon. Zhao quickly finished dinner, and after a cup of tea, he returned to his room. Now that it was evening, Zhao was very bored. It wasn't like there were a lot things he could play with around here. In his past life, as an otaku, he would stay awake late into the night, but in this world, he was so busy during the day that he would tire himself out to the point where he couldn't wait to go to bed. But today, he had already slept during the day, so now he couldn't fall asleep. Since he was wide awake, he decided to take a look at his spatial farm. In the spatial farm, corn seedlings have grown and the radish sprouts were rapidly growing. And, fortunately, There were no insects around. Looking at those growing seedlings, Zhao's heart felt slightly excited. With the help of these seedlings, he hoped that he could survive in this world. In his past life, Zhao didn't have much ambition. He just wanted to live well. But in this world, not only did he have Adam's body, he also had Adam's life experience. So he knew of his hatred for the Empire. After the Buddha clan's strength was taken away, there have been thoughts of revenge. But although he had the spatial farm cheat, it did have one big disadvantage. It lacked aggressiveness. The spatial farm was good for growing crops and for storing things, but he couldn't use it to attack. In the Ark continent, there were many strong experts, such as Mrin the mage, who had enough magic power to kill 1,000 people. Compared to Mrin, Zhao was like a newborn baby, or even an ant. Mrin, if she wanted to, could kill him with a single finger. Because of this, Zhao was obsessed with acting low-key. If the nobles discovered his ability, they would not hesitate to kill him. Fortunately, Zhao had all of Adam's memories. Although Adam was ignorant about many things, he still had some common sense about this continent. Zhao wasn't brain dead. If he tried to be too ambitious, he knew that he would be the first to die if he dared to do anything too high-profiled. It wasn't like he could become an invincible expert due to the fact that Adam drank the water of nothingness. Zhao could rely on nothing but his spatial farm, but he was unsure about the space because it was something that he had suddenly gained. This made him afraid. When you suddenly gain something, you can also suddenly lose it. This gave Zhao a sense of urgency which kept him thinking about building up his fief as soon as possible. At the same time, improving the soil of the Black Waste also made him worried. Even though they were exiled here, would that mean that the nobles would leave them alone? Not necessarily. Those guys could send people to watch them, and if they find too much movement here, the nobles won't take it too kindly. Sitting in the spatial farm, Zhao knew that his only choice was to be low-key. Although he knew that the space was taking care of the radishes and corn, Zhao decided to pour some water over them because he wanted to take care of the seedlings that represented his hopes. Watering in this space was very easy. With just a thought, the spatial water from the spring rose up and drifted over the land, and then rain poured down. After the land slowly became humid, Zhao immediately stopped. He knew that pouring too much water may cause the crops to rot. After making sure that things were alright, Zhao left the spatial farm. In his room, looking out the window, he could see that the sky was still dark. The slaves had gone to sleep. There were no lights in the castle. Everything was as silent as the night. In this quiet environment, Zhao's heart slowly calmed down. He knew that he couldn't do anything superfluous. He had to do things step by step. Right now the most important thing was to try to feed over 100 people. He didn't just want enough food to get by. He wanted everyone to eat well. Responsibility was a word that Zhao deeply felt. In his past life, he never had to face something like this. But after coming here, he was now personally responsible for feeding and clothing over 100 people. This burden bore down on Zhao's shoulders, so he took every step carefully, afraid that he might do something wrong. With all this responsibility, he had no choice but to grow up and mature. After standing quietly next to the window, Zhao went back to bed. Even if he couldn't sleep, he could still lie down, where he thought about things like the scarcity of their supplies that couldn't be wasted. But he ended up falling asleep. A tone chimed and a voice echoed, "Radishes have matured. Please harvest as soon as possible." The spatial farm tone woke Zhao up. He sat up immediately and entered his spatial farm. And sure enough, the radishes have ripened. Also, the corn was now as tall as a man and the corn's cobs have basically formed. But Zhao didn't make a move with the corn. He was waiting for the corn to mature, because once they do, he would have a ton of seeds that could be grown over a lot of ground. Instead, he immediately harvested the radishes, then planted more radish seeds after he bought a bag from the spatial shop. Zhao then went to the corn. The corn were growing well and the corn cobs have formed. Just a little longer and they would reach maturity. Satisfied, Zhao left the spatial farm and returned to his room. Looking out the window, the sky was slightly bright. No longer able to sleep, Zhao opened the door and went out. The weather outside was nice. It was now April and the morning was a little chilly. Breathing in the cool air, Zhao couldn't help but feel great. Since it was so early, Zhao thought about his body. Adam was a noble who was ignorant about working hard, plus he often indulged himself in lust and excessive drinking. Along with drinking the water of nothingness, his body was very weak. Zhao did not want to die of a disease early in his life. With such good weather, Zhao decided to go for a run to get some exercise. Even if he never becomes an expert, he could at least be a healthy person. While he ran, the slaves woke up one after another, and when they saw Zhao running, they were surprised and wondered what the hell he was doing. Zhao's body was weak. He had to stop after running a short distance because he was out of breath. After slowing his breathing, he returned to the castle. Although he ran for just a little while, he felt refreshed. Zhao then went inside the castle, where he found Miran, who was very surprised to see him coming from outside. Miran did not think that Zhao would wake up so early. She thought that he was still sleeping in his room. Zhao said hello and then went to wash his face. He then sat in the living room and waited for Miran to make breakfast. Chapter 23, Sincerely. After breakfast, Meg left to watch over the slaves who were working at the mines. Some of them were searching the mountains to find enough trees to cut down so they could make a boat, because they wanted to see where the underground lake would lead. Miran herself got ready to take a good look around to find a good place to improve the land. She believed that land improvement was a priority. As long as the land changed, they would be able to settle down here and live with hope. Although she did not know about Zhao's farm, after seeing how it could improve the land and the 80,000 kati of radishes, she thought that his ability was related to agriculture. Miran was a wise person that was rich in life experience, so her guess was pretty close. She decided not to ask Zhao about it. Zhao went with Miran to go check out the surrounding terrain. It was natural for Blockhead and Rockhead to follow behind Zhao, but this time Zhao only took Blockhead with him, while he sent Rockhead to help Meg look after the slaves. Meg shouldn't be alone while watching over 100 slaves. With Blockhead following them, Zhao and Miran walked along the foot of the mountain. Miran, being older and a mage, had a weak body, but Zhao was also the same. The two didn't walk up the mountain because they were afraid that it would only tire themselves out until they couldn't move. This was Miran's and Zhao's first time walking so far from the castle. The Black Waste was a strange place, but at a glance, there was nothing to see. They had been walking along the mountain for 3 hours. With the absence of any discovery, it felt as desolate as expected. The black soil was still black. The barren land was still barren. After looking around, Zhao turned to Miran and said, "Grandma Miran, let's take a rest. This is too tiring." Miran was also tired. Since she was a mage and not a warrior, her body was only strong enough to do some housework. They found 2 stones and casually sat down. Seeing the two sitting down, Blockhead ran towards them and went to Zhao's side. "Master, you rest here. I go look." Zhao nodded. "Okay, you go. But take care of yourself and be careful." With a cry, Blockhead turned and ran up the mountain. From his appearance, he didn't look tired at all. Miran, while sitting on a rock, stared out at the large expanse of black land, and gave a long sigh. "When we first heard that the Empire was exiling us here, we were really desperate. Everyone knows that the Black Waste was a place of death. Nothing lasts long here, and it was right next to the Carrion Swamp. Once we were exiled, we couldn't do anything. We had no choice but to die out here." Having said that, Miran lowered her head, her eyes revealing her memories. When Green heard the news, he immediately exchanged all of the clan's money for some supplies. He wanted us to try to last for a few years. He believed that if we could just last a few years, we would be able to think of some way to make money. After all, we didn't want the Buddha clan to die in our hands. Miran paused for a moment as she remembered the despairing scene. Zhao did not say anything. Taking a deep breath, Miran turned and looked at Zhao. "Fortunately, Master woke up with a magical ability to improve the land. Now our hope of reviving the Buddha clan depends on you." Green had also told Zhao much of the same thing. Although this was what Miran and Green expected of him, Zhao knew that accomplishing such a task would be difficult. If he wanted to make the Buddha clan thrive again, that would mean he would have to face pressure from the king and nobles of the Ixu Empire. But he didn't say any of this. He only nodded and said, "Don't worry, Grandma Mrin, I'll try. Mrin smiled at Zhao. God does not want the Buddha clan to die. Giving Master such an amazing ability means that God loves the Buddha clan and wants us to flourish. After hearing that, Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Grandma Mrin, let me show you something amazing. With just a thought, the two appeared in the spatial farm. Zhao had never taken Mrin to the farm before, and it wasn't because he didn't trust Mrin and Green. It was because, in addition to security reasons, there were a lot of things in the farm that he couldn't explain to Mrin, and also, Zhao was afraid. He feared that they would somehow find out that he was an imposter who was possessing Adam's body, and that they would kill him because of it. But now he wasn't afraid. Mrin and Green wouldn't doubt him because he was the Buddha clan's last hope. After all, he was the sole heir to the Buddha clan. If the two were to kill him, that was equivalent to letting the Buddha clan perish. If there were no heirs in a noble family, then the title of nobility would be taken by the empire. Mrin was in shock the moment she stepped into the spatial farm. Her head swerved around, looking at everything, including the radish shoots and the corn that were about to ripen. This is my special ability, Grandma Mrin. This piece of land can be used to grow crops like grains and vegetables. Not only that, the crops would grow and mature faster than the ones on the outside. That was how I was able to come up with 80,000 kadi of magic radishes in such a short period of time. While staring at the land, Mrin asked, Master, the magic radishes that you had, where are they? Zhao pointed at the barn. Inside of there is a room that is sort of like a spatial item. It can hold a lot of things, not just magic radishes. Any materials that I have, I can store in there for as long as I want, and I can always take them out whenever. Mrin's eyes shined. To be honest, just this spatial barn ability alone was enough to give her a surprise. Zhao continued. This space can be used to improve the black soil outside with a mixture of spatial earth and water. He then walked towards the corn. And this is a new crop that I planted. It's called corn. Once it matures, it will produce a ton of seeds, enough to plant acres and acres of land. But to be honest, I don't know if this space can produce seeds from these corn. I'm still testing it. And also, the corn stalks could be used as firewood. This is definitely the most suitable plant we need to grow. Mrin looked at the patch of corn, her eyes shining, understanding what Zhao said. As long as the corn ripen, it could solve all of their food problems and give them firewood to use. Once we find a suitable location, we'll first transform 1,000 acres of land and plant the corn. And when the corn is ripe, we do not have to worry about food and heating for our home. Also, we can sell magic radishes to make some money. With this, little by little, our Buddha clan will develop and grow. Mrin turned to Zhao. Master, you must not tell anyone about this. How many people know about it? Only Blockhead, Rockhead, and you know about this space. Zhao shook his head. I haven't showed it to Grandpa Green and Meg yet. Mrin nodded. There are only a few people we can completely trust. If this gets out and people know about it, young master will be in danger. Don't worry, Grandma Mrin. I will not talk about it with others. We should leave now. Once Blockhead comes back, he will feel anxious when he can't find us. With a thought, both of them were back on the foot of the mountain. Chapter 24. A good place. Leaving the space, how could Mrin not be excited? With such a magical space, the future of the Buddha clan was hopeful. Although Zhao could not learn magic or martial arts, a part of Mrin now thought that it was better for Zhao not to learn it. The old Buddha clan had earned their nobility through honor, and they gained this honor through the battlefield in service to the empire. But now the Buddha clan was left with only one successor. So Mrin didn't want him to go through that. It was better to use the space for farming. They wouldn't have to worry about food and water, and they could make money to help develop the Buddha clan. The Buddha clan had gone from prosperity to grief, but it now seems like the clouds were vanishing with Zhao helping them live well. Seeing the excited look on Mrin's face, Zhao was also very happy, because he knew that Mrin was really concerned about him. It felt really good to be concerned about. In his past life, Zhao was an orphan, so nobody cared about him. He loved this feeling. It warmed his heart. Master, if there's ever any danger, you should immediately go hide in your space. Do not worry about us. You are the only heir of the Buddha clan. We can't risk you getting hurt. Don't worry, Grandma Mren, I know what to do. As long as we keep a low profile in the future, we should be fine. Mren was about to say something, but then they heard a sound, and saw Blockhead running towards them. Master, Master, I found a good place, he shouted as he quickly ran down the mountain. He stopped at Zhao's side. Master, I found a good place, meets your requirements. He then pointed up the mountain. There's a mountain pass, not too difficult to walk there. Zhao's face lit up. Well, let's go. Grandma Mren, you rest here, I'll go with Blockhead. Mren shook her head. No, I'm going to. I have to take a look. If it's going to be our new farmland, I have to know the way to walk through the mountain pass. She then turned to Blockhead. Lead the way. Blockhead walked up the mountain while the two followed. The mountain was mostly barren with only a few weeds, but it was still tough going. Fortunately, they didn't have to walk very far, only 3 miles, and then they saw it. It was a strange valley surrounded by cliffs, like a large stone had fallen from the sky and dug up a crater. Zhao stood there, stunned with mixed feelings. The valley was everything he required, especially the fact that you couldn't see it from the foot of the mountain, but how could they get down there? Mren turned and glared at Blockhead. You stupid kid, you found such a hard place to get into. If we wanted to build a farm here, not to mention young master, how would the slaves go down there? Zhao was also annoyed at him. Although the valley wasn't that deep, only tens of meters or so, he still felt dizzy looking at it from where he was standing. With all the cliffs around, it would be difficult to get down there. If they had a lot of materials, then they could probably build a long ladder. But unfortunately they didn't have enough materials to begin with, and it would be hard to build such a ladder with the wood on the mountain. Blockhead looked at the two and laughed. Master, Grandma Mren, don't worry, come with me. He walked towards the back of the iron mines. All along, Zhao and Mren had never walked to the back of the iron mines because they knew that it was close to the carrion swamp. The swamp was full of toxic miasma, plus poisonous spirit beasts and plants, and there were undead things that roamed around. No one ever went to the back of the mountain because it was dangerous. Looking at Blockhead's departing back, Mren said, Kid, if you want to live, then come back quickly. There's nothing to worry about, Master and Grandma Mren. Over this hill is a cave. We go inside the cave, we can get into the valley. I just got out from there. Mren wanted to say something, but Zhao interrupted. Well, let's go and see. They followed Blockhead to the back of the iron mines, but once they were at the top of the hill, however, Zhao saw something that attracted his attention. It was the carrion swamp. Behind the mountain was chaos between heaven and earth. There was a colorful mist so thick that you couldn't even see where the ground was, and even daylight couldn't shine through. Beautiful, it was so beautiful, was what Zhao thought as he saw the colorful mist, which was made up of 7 bright colors that, strangely, seemed rotten. A long sigh interrupted Zhao's thoughts. He turned and looked at Mren, who was also looking at the colorful mist. What a beautiful view! Who would have thought that this beautiful scenery is actually one of the continent's most deadly places? The mist of the carrion swamp is one of the biggest barriers ever recorded. Out of all the people that have ever walked into that mist, only 10 managed to come out, and those 10 were among the most powerful experts in the continent. However, none of them have managed to live past 5 years after they came out from that mist. Not a single cleric or alchemist was able to save them. A cold chill ran down Zhao's back as he watched that strange colorful mist, like a myriad of evil was smiling at him while baring their teeth. Zhao did not dare to look at it anymore. He turned to Blockhead and said, Come on. Blockhead continued to lead the way. The back of the iron mines was strange. Unlike the front where the weeds looked like they suffer from malnutrition, the weeds in the back were longer, with a vibrant black and green color. Mren spoke up. Master, Blockhead, you better be careful. Do not touch these weeds. I think they may be toxic. Blockhead might not necessarily be affected because of how strong he is, but since young master drank the water of nothingness, he shouldn't touch them. Although Mren was being overcautious, they didn't dare take this lightly. They were near the carrion swamp, which had a fierce reputation, so they had to be careful. Carefully bypassing the weeds, and after following Blockhead for 500 meters, they saw a cave. The cave wasn't large, only about 2 meters high, and within the darkness they could hear the sound of water. Mrin went to the cave first, and in her hand she made a ball of light, allowing Zhao to see inside. This cave was also constructed by the dwarves. It was very neat with stone blocks as a base. Walking down the cave for 5 minutes led to an open space that was only 3 meters wide, not large enough as a place to live. It was probably just a temporary resting area for the dwarves, or a place where they could store things. On the right-hand side, there was a tunnel, which was where the sound of water was coming from. Blockhead turned to Zhao. Master, that way leads to an underground lake. To the left, there's a tunnel that leads to the valley. Zhao nodded. According to his estimation, this underground lake was probably the same one as the lake near the castle. Too bad they didn't have a large-scale lighting item that could help them see the entire lake. They went down the left tunnel. The tunnel was very wide, able to accommodate 10 people walking side by side, and it was 5 meters high. The three walked for 10 minutes until suddenly they saw a light up ahead, prompting Mrin to extinguish her lighting spell, and then the three walked into the light. Chapter 25. Smarter. From out of the cave, Zhao and Mrin stared blankly at the valley. The valley was not large, only about 1,000 acres, with the same black soil as the Black Waste. In the middle of the valley was a pool of clear water, about 10 meters in diameter, and on the opposite side, Zhao spotted a smaller cave on the side of a cliff. He couldn't help but admire the dwarves. They really hollowed out the mountain and established everything they needed. It was hard to imagine how they did it. After looking around, Zhao nodded. Good, really good. Blockhead, how did you even find this cave anyway? Blockhead laughed. Master, when I saw the valley, I just jumped down from the cliff. Then I found these 2 caves. The other cave is filled with water, but from this one, I was able to walk out. Zhao nodded in understanding. It was no wonder that Blockhead found this cave. He moved in the opposite direction that they did. Mrin looked at this piece of black land. It was as Blockhead said. This land was really appropriate for what they need. Although it will take some time to improve it, finding a better place than this would be difficult. Zhao was also satisfied with this place. When it comes to farming, with a pool of water here, irrigation would be easy, and even if there wasn't enough water, you could find a source of it from both caves. Seeing Zhao nodding, Blockhead quickly said, Master, did you find out why this place is different? Zhao was momentarily surprised. Looking around, he couldn't discover anything that made this place different from anywhere else. I don't see anything. Blockhead smiled. Master, can't you feel that it's warmer in this valley than the rest of the mountain? And didn't you see the weeds on the hill were longer than anywhere else? Even though it's spring, the weeds shouldn't be able to grow that high, making it difficult for us to walk through. This shows that the cold has never invaded this valley. It's always the same temperature. If that's so, then this is a good place that could be cultivated through all 4 seasons of the year. From the direction Blockhead was pointing to, where they found the weeds on that hillside, Zhao couldn't help but think that it was strange that the weeds near this valley grew longer than any other place on the mountain. I really did not expect that Blockhead would actually be able to notice such things, Mrin said. Kid, when did you become so smart? After hearing what Mrin said, both Zhao and Blockhead were shocked. Zhao also thought it was strange. From his memories, Blockhead was never that clever. Yet how could he carefully make such a clear and logical observation? Blockhead was also somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand it himself. Ever since he went into Zhao's strange space, it was like his eyes have been opened. He began to observe things more carefully and think of things more comprehensively. Mrin took it in stride. Seeing as the two wasn't saying anything, she added, Master, it's just like Blockhead said, with a maintained temperature, we could grow a farm here all year round. And the water element here is very active. As long as we cultivate the land and make it fertile, this place will be suitable for our needs. Grandma Mrin is right, Zhao said. This is a really good place. But there's still a problem. This 1,000 acres of land is so far away from the castle. Even though the slaves could get here, it would still take a lot of time. Things would be more difficult with such a delay. Mrin smiled. How can Master forget that this mountain has an underground lake? If it really is the same one near our castle, then we could just come here by boat. Not only would this save time, It could also better protect our secret. Zhao thought for a moment. If they really could use the lake to get here, it would be faster than walking, and a lot more covert. He nodded. Okay, this is good. Then let's start improving the land today. Having decided that, with just a few thoughts, a hole in space appeared in front of Zhao, transforming this place into farmland. The sooner the better. Blockhead and Mren, although they have seen Zhao's land improvement before, was still excited after seeing it again. In the continent, Zhao's ability was absolutely unique. Even if it couldn't be used to kill, it could still suit most needs. Seeing the change to good farmland, Zhao turned to Mren. Let's go back, Grandma Mren. Unfortunately, we don't have a boat. No boat means we can't directly go to the castle by lake. Did young master forget that I am a water mage? Mren laughed. I can easily bring 2 or 3 people with me over the water. Don't worry about it. We won't need a boat. Zhao was stunned for a moment. To be honest, although he's been in the Ark continent for a few days, he was still not used to the fact that there was magic. He always confused this world with Earth, where there were people who couldn't just use water magic when they needed to. Zhao nodded. He smiled at Mren. Then let's return home, Grandma Mren. I'm afraid of what would happen if we leave Rockhead alone for too long. Mren, while looking at the land and finding nothing of note, said, well, let's go back. Having said that, the 3 of them turned around and walked into the cave. Inside the cave, Mren walked in front and used her lighting magic. This time, the 3 went into the tunnel on the right that directly led to the sound of water. After walking for 15 minutes, thanks to Mren, they saw the underground lake. The lake was a really great way to pass from one side of the mountain to the other, in addition to the fact that it couldn't be seen from outside. In their current position, they were 3 meters above the lake, but there was a gentle slope that they could use to get down. It appeared that the dwarves used it to transport ore. The ground was paved with stones, but because of the water, it was covered in moss, making it a little slippery. Zhao looked at the lake and sighed. Who would have thought that in the Black Waste was such a hidden place that we could use to raise fish? Mren nodded. Yes, we could raise a large number of fish in this lake. This could even become a major source of income for the Buddha clan. Zhao agreed, then turned to Mren. Grandma Mren, as we make our way back, if there is a spirit beast in the water, are you sure that we can get past it? Mren smiled with a look of confidence. Master can rest assured that nothing will happen. She led everyone down towards the lake. Although the ground was slippery, Zhao and Blockhead carefully followed.